Hello and welcome to this, our 197th live stream. USAID paying grants in Canadian Tire money. Canadian Tire money. Best currency ever. Don't invest in Bitcoin, invest in Canadian Tire money. Okay, well, we want to thank you for joining us tonight. This is our weekly live stream where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. We do have a small amount of channel business. On March 10th through 18th, I will be actually out of the country to do our tour, Egypt and the Bible tour. So that's exciting. We also wanted to cover one other thing, which is our recent the pre-orders for our latest fiction book, The Reliquary of the Dead. If you're trying to buy this on Amazon right now, it's currently showing as unavailable as a hardcover and a softcover. Now, we should explain what's going on, because you can still get it by ebook. Kindle's still selling it on Amazon. But here's the thing. This sometimes happens on Amazon when something is selling too well. Okay? If something is selling too well on Amazon, what sometimes happens is they put the brakes on the pre-order, okay? Which means they're afraid that somebody is artificially jacking up the numbers, and it's then going to cancel that order, leaving them with a lot of printed books that they can't sell. So they'll sometimes throttle hardcovers and softcovers so that they don't get into this situation. Now, if you buy this on, say, Barnes & Noble, or some other bookseller, it's still available. It's still available. So if you want to buy the hardcover or the softcover, just go for the time being, go through another vendor. Okay? So we just needed to say why it's not available right now on Amazon. It's still available on Amazon as an ebook, as a Kindle, but publication date is April 15th. Now, once that publication date passes, it'll be available again on Amazon. So, oh yeah, it's, Mama says Amazon fail. It is, but they're covering their interests is what they're doing. Now, they don't ever do this with an established author, okay? But they only have like 3 books from me, or 2 other books from me. So, they're not sure. They're not sure if this is going to be successful. They're not sure if there's already somebody else out there who's jacking up the pre-orders, or if there's some campaign out there to...
If you've already purchased it, like...
Yeah.
It should be good.
Yeah. Dossman says, already got my pre-order on Amazon. That should not affect me at all, right? Yeah. Doesn't affect you at all. Okay? You're going to get it. Okay? They'll ship it out April 15th. No problem. So yeah, you're good. If your pre-order's already locked in, you're good.
Yeah, we see Amazon thinking, why is this sports coat right?
Yeah, it could be. BC says, Amazon thinking, why is this sports coat writing fiction? Well, you know, they at least know I'm not that David Falk, okay? It's not like Google. Google doesn't know the difference. But Amazon does. Okay, so it's not that. But it does seem to be that it was selling too well. It was selling too well. They're expecting that something might be a little hinky. You know, either, you know, I'm trying to get it on the New York Times list that really doesn't matter anymore. Do people even still try for that? I don't know. Seems to be like the New York Times is like totally irrelevant, but... So, anyway... So that's the story. That's what's going on with that. Again, if you want to pre-order the hardcover or the softcover, just go to another vendor like Barnes & Noble. They're still selling it. So Hope that helps. Thank you, and thank you for the support of the channel, you people who've already done the pre-order. And again, it's going to be coming out on April 15th. And by the way, the just one other little breadcrumb we're going to throw out there is that the beta copy to the second book has already gone out to the beta readers. Okay? So they're already evaluating it at this point. So there is a book 2, and it will be following shortly after, and it will be published in July. All right? So, with that said, let's start getting into the questions. I got a question from a 5-year-old. Or do I have a question from a 5-year-old? Oh, okay. We'll take that one first, because we don't want to keep them up late. And here we go. TBD's 5-year-olds for $2. Hello. Yay, 5th super chat, and I'm 5. How are you? I'm doing great, thank you. How are you doing? Okay, the actual question is... Where is it? Where is it? Eight 12. 812. I don't see it. Okay. TBD's 5-year-old, $2. How did God make people? Wow, great question. Now, there's the idea here is that God created people out of the earth. So from pre-existing stuff. We don't know exactly. He took the clay and he made human beings. Okay? That's kind of the 5-year-old answer to the question. We don't exactly know how God did it, but God did it and took credit for it. So we do know that God made man, male and female, and he made people like us, people like him. Okay? Yeah, he made mankind out of the dust, and we return to the dust. Okay. Mama says, hit the like button in respect to her for a curious 5-year-old. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Hit that like button for them.
Did that answer the question?
Did that answer your question? Or, I mean, people are still asking this question, okay? This is an adult question as well as a 5-year-old question. Where do we come from? Okay. And we come from the dirt. We've originated from the earth. And the text is very specific here where it talks about God made us from other stuff. Okay. So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question and the super chat. Very much appreciate it. All right. Let's get into some non-super chats here, because we didn't want to keep a 5-year-old up past her bedtime. First non-super chat here is from Frog Paste. And he asks, I recently learned that people can supposedly safely store meat by putting it in a jar and filling it with animal fat. Yes, this is true. You can preserve meat that way. Was the method also practiced by Bronze Age Egyptians? No, it wasn't. There's a reason why it wasn't. It wasn't practiced by the Egyptians because they had something that was easier to work with, which was natron. So what happens is the Egyptians would salt meat, but they wouldn't preserve by animal fat. Okay, so basically what you're doing when you're preserving a piece of meat by animal fat is, in many ways, you're turning it into an artificial bacon. You're turning it into a kind of a bacon, where, say, you've got a lot of fat encasing meat. And that does preserve it. You know, the meat will form, if it's out in the open, it'll form a pellicle on the crust of the bacon, where you have maybe salt on that, and it preserves the outside and the inside of the meat. Okay? But in the case of, say, regular meat, people do sometimes use rendered animal fat to preserve it. and they'll usually preserve it in jars to prevent exposure to the air. So, but that's what you're doing, is essentially turning meat into a kind of artificial bacon for preservation purposes. Okay? So, Darkblade says, I heard from a TV show about a decade ago that people can preserve food by submerging it in a bog. Yes, you can preserve it that way too. The mechanism's different though, okay? In a bog, what you've got is highly acidic water with no bacteria in it and no oxygen. Okay? The no oxygen is key and the no bacteria is key. Okay? So what you're doing is you're taking food, you're putting it into an environment where it just can't decay. So it ends up being preserved because it can't decay. Okay? So the two actions of preserving it in, say, fat versus preserving it in a bog work differently. They work differently. But the result is similar in that they both can preserve food. Okay? Cool. Gabe Reagan, so is this raw meat submerged in liquid fat? Yes, it is. Basically what it is it's rendered animal fat, so it's the sort of fat that goes solid at room temperature. So what they do is they basically take raw meat and basically pour over it melted animal fat until it's completely covered, and then like animal fat solidifies. And that can preserve meat, and it can preserve it quite well. So, hope that helps. We should also quickly go over the rules too, because we didn't do over that yet. And those rules are, first of all, in case you don't know, and you haven't been on the channel before, Super Chats have priority. Okay. Second thing is, non-Super Chats, and we do take some non-Super Chats, they have to begin with a Q and a colon. Third, only post non-Super Chats once. If you post them more than once, they get disqualified. The next one is, if it's a verse from the Bible, we need a little context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter, and verse. That keeps us from wasting time hunting down passages. We do allow sponsorship of Super Chats, and if you sponsor a non-Super Chat, please put the non-Super Chat in the Super Chat, so again, we don't have to waste time hunting for it. And finally, one question per chat, no question stacking, okay? Because there's no way we can answer 10 questions compressed into a single chat. It's just not viable, and it's not fair to others too. All right? So, that's the rules, and we'll go on to the next non-Super Chat here, which is from Claude Golding. Okay, and he says, hey, Dr. Folk, hope it's all is well. Well, thank you very much. Do we know what happened to the Tower of Babel after God confuses the people? Any textual or archaeological evidence that gives a probable idea? Thanks. It was probably just abandoned, is probably what happened. Now, when we talk about the Tower of Babel, we're talking about, let's pull up our Bible here, Genesis chapter 11. Okay, and it says, the text says here, now the whole earth used the same language and the same words, and it came about as they journeyed east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, that's near Babylon, and settled there. And they said to one another, come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly. And they used brick for stone and used tar for mortar. And they said, come, let us build ourselves a city. Okay, so they're not just building a tower here, they're building a city. And a tower whose top will reach into the heaven. Now, one of the things about this is it's often been misunderstood as this is a perpetual Winchester Mystery House project where they're just building this tower higher and higher and higher until it keeps going. Okay, that's not quite what's happening here. What's happening is they're building a tower, a platform, an elevated platform to reach at the heavens. Okay, So they're building an elevated tower, so they go up on top of the tower and reach up to God that way. It's man-made religion. It's man-centered religion. So, and we find this in the rest of verse 4 here of Genesis 11:4. And let us make for ourselves a name, lest we be scattered abroad over the face of the earth. Okay, so they're doing this for notoriety purposes. Okay, they want to make sure they don't get sort of lost in the spreading out of people. So that's what's going on here, is they're trying to keep man sort of sequestered in this little citadel area where people won't go beyond it, and they can make a name for themselves to so they don't get lost in the shuffle, as it were. Okay, so in all likelihoods, what this was a ziggurat. Okay, and a city that would have been built around a ziggurat. Now, for those of you who don't know what a ziggurat is, a ziggurat is just a platform made of bricks. Basically, kind of like a pyramid light. They were all smaller than the pyramids. All of them. Most of them, I believe, were between 50 to 80 feet tall. They weren't very big at all. The Pyramid of Zoser was much, much bigger than all the ziggurats. Okay, so they weren't big. But what they were was this kind of a pyramid with the top shaved off. And on top of the platform, on top of the pyramid, a house to the gods was built. And it was seen that this was sort of the domestic life of the deity would be practiced up on that platform. Okay? Now, there were a lot of ziggurats made. We don't know which one was the original Babel. But it could have been any number of them. But what happened to almost all of them is they were abandoned. Okay? So, it wouldn't surprise me if the original Babel one was just abandoned too. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Well, we can't let the 5-year-old get too many in priority here. All right, we'll take TBD's 5-year-old. One more. Okay, next one here from TBD's 5-year-old. How did God make the world? Don't know. TBD says... TBD says you'll say the same thing, but she doesn't know as much as you. Well, ouch. Ouch. We don't know how God made the world. And frankly, the Bible doesn't tell us. It doesn't. It presumes it.
He made it like any artist does. He wanted to make it.
Yeah.
He took material that existed.
Well, when in Genesis 1:1, let's go to Genesis 1:1 here. Okay, where it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Verse 2, "And the earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep." So the earth is already existing in Genesis 1:2. We don't know exactly how God created the earth. But what we do know is God then organized the earth. These are the 6 days of creation. He separates the waters from the waters to get the land. He separates the sky from the rest of the waters. He has the waters go and congregate into the ocean. And boy, TBD is taking advantage of this big time. Okay. And then he makes the life. You know, he makes the fish for the sea, the birds for the air, and the beasts of the field. And then he finally makes mankind. Okay. So what he's doing is he's organizing the earth. We don't know how he made the earth, but he organizes it in the 6 days of creation and then fills those spaces. Okay. And he does this to make a temple, essentially for himself and for his creatures. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC TBD's trying to get her kid to sleep. Maybe. Okay. TBD's last question here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are unicorns real, and good night? TBD says no more questions because I have to go to sleep. Okay. Are they real? That's an interesting question. Could be. Could be. Here's the thing. There was a process in the ancient Near East where people could make unicorns. There is a way, and there was several scientific papers done on this, where a horn bud on a animal could be shifted, moved, or even cut out. And you could make a unicorn this way. So it was a process that people did do. People could make unicorns. Are they natural animals? Probably not. But we also have an example of a picture of a unicorn on an Assyrian obelisk. The obelisk of Shalmaneser III has a picture of a unicorn on it. Now, some have argued that this is a rhinoceros, but it looks more unicorny than rhinocerosy. So, it's very possible that they did exist at one point, and it was possible that people created them. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated, but it's definitely a maybe. Maybe they existed. Okay. Back to the non-super chats here. We got one here from Tandem Toad, who asks, did Jesus die on Friday or Thursday? I read there are high Sabbaths. If it's a Friday, then there's a contradiction among the Gospels. Not really. All right. It boils down to how the Israelites counted. Okay? And I think this is really, really important when we look at, say, the Gospels, is that when the Israelites counted, we have days. We have to remember, a part of a day is a day. Part of a day is a day. Okay? And the day begins at sunset. Okay? The day begins at sunset. All right? So, when you have, say, the death of Christ, and it happens on Friday before sunset, that's day one. Okay? Now, he's in the tomb, sunset Friday to Saturday, to sunset Friday to Sunday. That's 2 days. And then he rises from the dead Sunday morning. Okay? So, there's your third day. So it's 3 days. Part of a day at the beginning, part of a day at the end. So, that's how they would count this. And if you look at, say, the Greek text, the Greek text use the dative here, into the third day. So it's not saying 3 full days, it's saying into the third day, which is why most modern translations will translate it that way these days. Now, we do know because of the high Sabbath. Now, what's a high Sabbath anyway? A high Sabbath is when a Sabbath coincides with a holy day, another festival day. In this case, Passover. So that Friday, Saturday day beginning of the Sabbath coincides with the day of Passover. And that's what makes that particular day a high holy day. Okay? So, And we know when that is. That happened in 33 AD. That's when the High Sabbath happened in that period of time. And High Sabbaths happen about roughly once every 7 years. So that's the particular Sabbath. But that's how we can narrow down the date that Christ died. April 3rd, 33 AD. Because of that coinciding of a High Sabbath, or a Sabbath with the Passover. Okay? But he would have died just before sunset, because they couldn't keep him on the cross during the High Sabbath, which is why they accelerated his death too. So he technically dies at the end of the Friday, in the grave through the Saturday, rises from the dead Sunday morning. There's your 3 days. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat, or the question. Very much appreciate it, and that sort of explains what's going on there. Okay. Mama says Bart Ehrman loves to try to make this a supposed contradiction. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me coming from him. That's just sort of scraping the trying to make a contradiction where there is none. Yeah. Too many Marys. Bart Ehrman hasn't done his homework. Laugh out loud. That's true. Yeah, he hasn't done his homework for a long time. I don't think he's even read the Bible in a long time, in all honesty. I mean, when I heard him talk about the Exodus, I mean, there's so much he got wrong. I just couldn't believe it. It's just like, really? Huh. Interesting. Okay. So, thank you, Tandem Toad, for that question, and I hope that helped. But there's no contradiction here with Christ dying on a Friday. Okay? At least not a Jewish Friday. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Next thing here is a well wish from Darkblade. Happy 26th anniversary, Doctor and Producer Folk. Well, thank you very much. We had a wedding anniversary yesterday, and we had a really good time. Thank you for the well wishes. He also had a question here on anime, which I always love taking anime questions. Was the stuff I hear about your lie in April just hype? I watched the whole thing and cried about 0 times. You probably didn't cry during Bambi either. That's all I have to say about that. Okay. Now, with Your Lie in April, it is a sad story. Okay. Now, I read the manga before I saw the anime. So, I might be biased here. Okay? So, yeah, I could be a bit biased. So, so, I thought it was a sad story. Okay? And for you who don't know, the general plot of the story is a boy who's lost his zeal for music meets a girl who helps him get his inspiration for music back. But she's terminally ill. So that's the setup. That's the plot. So, and it doesn't have a happy ending. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciate it. But I thought it was a sad story. But then again, I didn't cry at Bambi either. So, just saying. Okay, we got here now the super chats. Now, the first super chat here is from Christian Theology and Apologetics for $4.99. And he says, "Pray for my family and I. My grandpa died of pancreatic cancer. Sorry to hear that, and condolences on your loss. It's been an awful month for a lot of people, okay? You know, we lost 5 people this month, so, you know, we understand, trust us. So, we ask our community to pray for you and to keep you in their prayers, okay? So, thank you very much for the super chat, and I'm sorry for your loss." Okay, Jack Ray gifted 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Well, thank you very much, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. So very much appreciated. And without you, we couldn't do this on a weekly basis. So thank you so very much. All right, the next one here is from Tom Wamchek for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Is Amos 9:7 saying other nations had exoduses? Let's take a look at that, because it's actually a pretty interesting passage. Amos 9:7. All right. We'll go back a little bit here, just to... we'll just take it back. Just take it back 2 verses. "And the Lord God of hosts, the one who touches the land so it melts, and all those who dwell in it mourn, and all of it rises up like the Nile and subsides like the Nile of Egypt. The one who builds his upper chambers in the heavens has founded his vault dome over the earth. He who calls the waters of the sea and pours them out on the face of the earth, the Lord is his name. Are you not as the sons of Ethiopia?" This is Cush. "Are you not as the sons of Cush to me, O sons of Israel, declares the Lord? Have I not brought up Israel from the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Caphtor, which is Crete, and the Arameans from Kir, which is in Mesopotamia? Behold, the eyes of the Lord are on the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from the face of the earth. Nonetheless, I will not totally destroy the house of Jacob, declares the Lord." Okay. Basically, what Amos 9:7 is saying is that God has been involved in the affairs of other nations. You know, he has drawn out other nations from certain plights. Okay. So, it is, he's saying that not necessarily that they are exoduses, okay, but that they're migrations, is more or less what he's saying here. And basically, we do know that the history of the Philistines is that they left Turkey and Greece because they were running out of food. They were starving to death. So it seems here that the Lord is taking credit for moving the Philistines from infertile land that wasn't producing food to more greener pastures. And likewise, the Arameans were being moved from Mesopotamia to Aram, Syria, to essentially to survive. Okay? But unlike those other nations that, you know, the Lord did move and they still decided to be sinful, Israel would not be destroyed. Israel would not be laid to waste. You know, God has placed Israel in a special category where, yes, he preserves Israel through an exodus, through a migration, but won't also let them come to ruin despite their disobedience. Okay? So, I hope that helps. But that seems to be what's going on here, is that God is involved with the affairs of other people. God has not left the nations alone. God helps them too. But unlike the other nations, he's got a special place for Israel. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is Tom Wemchick for $2. Thank you for the super chat. In John 1:51, is Jesus alluding to Genesis 28:13? Quick answer here is yes, but we'll get into it here. Okay. Now, in John 1:51, Christ is talking to Nathanael. Okay, and verse 49. Nathanael answered him, Rabbi, you are the Son of God, you are the King of Israel. And Jesus answered and said to him, because I said to you that I saw you under a fig tree, do you believe? And you shall see greater things than these. And he said to him, truly, truly, I say to you, you shall see the heavens open up, and the angels of God ascending and descending on the Son of Man. Okay. Now, there's some things about this passage that, even though he's talking to Daniel, this is not being said of Nathaniel, sorry. Even though he's addressing and talking to Nathaniel, he's addressing his disciples as a whole. How do we know this? Okay. He says, truly, truly, I say to you, that second you there is in the plural. You, plural. You all. You all shall see the heavens open up and the angels of God descending and descending on the Son of Man. Now, this is a reference to the dream of Jacob, where he's sleeping on the rock in Genesis 28:12-13, and he sees a ladder. He sees a ladder, and angels going up and down the ladder. Okay? So that's what's going on here, is that he is making that allusion to the Jacob, but he's basically saying that you'll see greater things than that. And verse 50 here is the context of this. So, you shall see greater things than these. You shall see greater things than the heavens opening up and the angels of God descending and descending. Basically, what he's saying to Nathanael is, you'll see the resurrection of the Son of Man. You'll see him rise into the heaven. You'll see angels come down and declare that the Son of Man is gone. You'll see this stuff. So, there's a whole lot packed into this that is more than just, oh, you're going to see something like what Jacob saw. He's not saying he's going to see what Jacob saw. What he's saying is you're going to see something better, greater than what Jacob saw. And that's the point of this passage here. And he's not just saying this to Nathanael, he's saying this to all his disciples. He said something similar to, I believe, Peter, where he says, you think you're seeing great things now. Just wait. Just wait. There's greater stuff to come. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And thank you for the question. Okay, next one here. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why not separate him if he's unclean? Leviticus 13:11. Okay. Now, to understand this passage, we kind of have to go read a bit more than just Leviticus 11. So, okay, let's start here at verse 2, and this is going to be a little bit of reading here because it outlines what is the procedure of isolation. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. Is what is the procedure of isolation, and why is it not being practiced in verse 11? Okay, we'll start at verse 2 here of Leviticus 13. When a man has on the skin of his body a swelling or a scab or a bright spot, and it becomes an infection of leprosy on the skin of his body. Now, leprosy here can be referred to any sort of skin disease. Then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest, or to one of the sons of the priests. And the priest shall look at the mark of the skin of the body, and if the hair of the infection is turned white, and the infection appears to be deeper than the skin of his body, it is an infection of leprosy. And the priest has looked at him and shall pronounce him unclean. Okay, so you got a patch on your body, seems to be deeper than just skin level, and now you've been declared to be unclean. Verse 4. But if the bright spot is white on the skin of his body, and it does not appear to be deeper than the skin, and the hair on it has not turned white, then the priest shall isolate the infection for 7 days. Okay. If it doesn't seem to be deep, doesn't seem to be serious, isolate from everyone for 7 days. Okay. So basically, you go and you isolate yourself for 7 days. You go into quarantine. You'll go into quarantine for 7 days. Verse 5. And the priest shall look at him on the 7th day. And if in his eyes the infection is not changed, and the infection has not spread on the skin, the priest shall isolate him for 7 more days. Okay, so he looks at the skin again. It hasn't changed. It hasn't gone away, but it hasn't gotten worse. 7 more days of isolation. Verse 6. And the priest shall look at him again on the 7th day. And if the infection has faded, and the mark has not spread on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is only a scab. And he washes his clothes and be clean. Okay, so the priest then looks at it after 14 days. And it's healing. It's healing. It's healing fine. Okay, then it's not leprosy. He's good. He can be allowed back into the general population. Then he just does a simple cleansing ritual, and he's finished. Okay. Verse 7. But if the scab spreads farther on the skin, and after he has shown himself to the priest for the cleansing, he shall appear again to the priest. And the priest shall look, and if the scab is spread on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is leprosy. When the infection of leprosy is on a man, then he shall be brought to the priest. The priest shall look. If there is white swelling on the skin, and has turned the hair white, and there's a quick, raw flesh in the swelling, it is chronic. This is verse 11. This is the verse in question. It is a chronic leprosy on the skin of his body, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and he shall not isolate him, for he is unclean. Okay. Now, this is, again, this guy's gone through 14 days of isolation. He's looking at the skin again, and it's getting worse. Not better. It's getting worse. At that point, it's declared to be chronic leprosy, and he's no longer eligible for that 7-day temporary isolation. The isolation here is just temporary. We get that from the context of from verses 2 to 7. That 7-day isolation is meant to be temporary. Temporary, but repeated. They can repeat it until they make the determination. So, first 7 days, nothing happens. Okay, doesn't heal, doesn't get worse. Okay, let's look at it for another 7 days. So now he's been isolated for 14 days. Look at it. This time, it gets worse. He's no longer eligible for temporary isolation. He's declared unclean and is thrown out of the assembly of the people. So he is isolated, but he now becomes isolated as a leper, as a chronic leper. Okay, so that's why he's not eligible for separation here in Leviticus 13:11, because the separation here is meant to be temporary. It's temporary. It's meant to, as a diagnostic period to see if it can be cured, or if it'll cure itself, really. Okay? So that's why in 13:11 he's not separated out, is because this is not that kind of separation. This is not permanent ice. This is not permanent quarantine. This is temporary. to see if it can be, if it will go away on its own. So, but this is verse 11 here is assuming it won't go on its own. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from 18 Ministries from 199. Why does good wine need depleted soil? Okay. It's something strange about grapes that if you have a lot of nutrients in the soil, you get a bushy grape. Okay? You get a bushy grapevine with no grapes. It puts all those nutrients into growth, not to fruit. So what happens is good wine needs depleted soil, so when it does grow, and grapevines can last a long time. Some of these grapevines are hundreds of years old. Okay, so they take time to deplete the soil. So you want, in a sense, depleted soil so that it's going to put all that energy, those carbohydrates that's created through photosynthesis, into the fruit to make them sweet. And that's best done in soils that are depleted. Because if you give grapes a lot of fertilizer, you give them a lot of nutrients, it'll just grow into leafy vines. And you won't get the sweet fruit that you want for good wine. Okay? So that's the reason. Is it just, in the long run, if you want better fruit, you use depleted soil. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. $18 Ministries for $1.99. When do I do the audition for the audio book? Well, we haven't decided if we're even going to do an audio book. We had kind of figured that if I was going to do an audio book, I would probably be doing it, but hey,
it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work to do an audio book, and we can't really pay for it. That's the problem. So so it's just one of those things. It's one of those things where again, it's a lot of work to do. It's very specific. I mean, it's a lot of work to do an audiobook. You're reading an entire book. You're reading 80,000 words. It's not easy. It's not easy, and it takes time. Yeah, hours and hours, and you have to get it right.
And then there's the editing.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that unless we get a certain amount of sales, we just would not even consider doing it. So it's one of those, yeah. People have asked us to do an audio book, but I'm not sure it'd be worth our time to do it. Okay, so hope that helps. I mean, there are say like certain features. Like Too Many Mary says, Kindle already has an automated audio feature. Yeah, the only thing with the automated speech feature is it doesn't give you much emotion in it.
It's horrible.
It can be pretty bad.
It's tedious.
Yeah, it can be very tedious to listen to.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
And the people.
Yeah, a lot of people who use the automated feature really hate it.
They just say it. I mean, it's like going to an art gallery and having glasses on that make it look like.
Yeah. It just is not. It's just not. Text to speech stuff doesn't work all that great because it just can't get the inflections right. And good reading is based upon inflection. You're adding certain emphases to the text as you read it. Like for example, one of the most miserable things I think people go through when they go through church is reading the scripture. And here's one of the things I think that I would love to see more happen is impassioned reading of the biblical text in church. If you read the passage of the Bible with passion and with emphasis and interestingly, people will just respond to that without needing a sermon. I know AT's volunteering. And thank you, AT, for volunteering to do an audiobook, okay? But we haven't decided if we're going to do an audiobook, okay? And we can take this offline if you're really serious about this, but
Yeah, Kate Reagan says no.
Gabe Reagan, no one wants to listen to Siri narrating a book. No. Slam Morin says, nah, the pastor would probably put the emphasis in the wrong places. Could be. Gabe Reagan, read with passion, not the Passion Translation. Yeah, don't read the Passion Translations. Not good. But do read with passion. AD Ministry says, we all know your book is going to be a bestseller. We hope. Here's the thing, interesting things about how books sell. Okay. Sometimes good books don't sell well. Sometimes terrible books become bestsellers. A lot of it comes down to who's doing recommendations. Okay. The more recommendations a book gets, the better it sells. Oh, okay. Francis Dodd, what's the Passion Translation? The Passion Translation was a translation that was sponsored by Bethel Church. Okay? They're into, like, strange things like, prophecy and miracles and all that stuff. Okay? So, they decided to do their own translation of the Bible, and, yeah, it's whacked. It's really whacked.
It's not.
No.
At least wouldn't be.
No, it's not the Melville Quibson translation, although that wouldn't be nearly as bad, in all honesty. Womb to Tomb Apologetics, a heretical translation. That's it right there. Yeah. Slammer and Passion Translation was downloaded into one guy's head, pretty much. I mean, it's essentially a paraphrase, and it's a very poorly done paraphrase. The guy doesn't know Greek or Hebrew. He claims to be translating it through angels are helping him translate it from the original Aramaic texts of the New Testament. There are no original Aramaic texts of the New Testament, so this is kind of a what? Huh? Okay. So, Mama says, online reviews can really help boost sales if they are passionate, detailed, but don't give away too much. That's an interesting thing, too. And we're not recommending people do spoilers, okay? But spoilers don't seem to harm the enjoyment of a book. But online reviews? Oh, yeah. People pay attention to those. People pay attention to online reviews more than practically anything else about a book. In fact, the more reviews a book gets, the better it sells. It's almost right across the board. People are sort of basically averse to purchasing a book until there's a certain number of reviews. So, yeah, if you want my books to sell, put reviews up, essentially. And spoilers don't seem to do a lot of harm. In fact, studies have shown over and over again, and I hate this because I think I don't like this, but it's true, and studies have shown this over and over again, is when people know the spoilers, they enjoy the work more. I don't understand this. I don't get this at all.
Certain,
Maybe certain spoilers, but
and maybe more books than movies because
well, movies too.
We've
Yeah.
all watched previews for movies,
Mhm.
and that was the only good book.
Oh yeah.
You went and you saw the movie, and then you go, "What did I pay money for? I already saw the gold."
Yeah, well, that has to do more, I think, with the quality of the movie than anything else. Yeah, but
Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, we all know how that works out.
Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, we all know how that story ends, oddly enough. Doesn't affect our enjoyment of it, however.
Haystack, Star Wars more.
Haystack says, I like Star Wars more knowing who Vader is. Yeah, okay. N.A. Odessa. Happened to me before. Didn't want to watch a show. Looked up the spoilers and it sounded interesting. Yeah. Yeah, they've done this study many, many, many times. So, you know, I don't like it, but
Haystack, best spoiler ever. Jesus returns.
Haystack, best spoiler ever. Jesus returns. Yeah. Dossman says, I couldn't tell you why that is. I hate spoilers for movies. Trailers have ruined it a few for me.
Yeah, Ryan. Watch
the Ryan says, I just watched the pitch meeting. Oh, yeah. That is pretty hilarious. Okay. So, yeah, we don't know if we're going to do a audiobook, but it's going to, a lot of this is going to depend on sales. Okay. If we get 100,000 sales, yeah, we'll do it. We'll definitely do an audiobook. If we get 10,000, maybe, but I doubt it. So it really depends on how well it sells. And a lot of how well it sells will depend on how many reviews we get. So if you do buy the book, or if you've read the book, and some people out there have read the book, please do a review of it on Amazon. It'll help. Okay? Or Goodreads. Goodreads is another great place to do reviews. That people seem to go for reviews to one or two places, sometimes three places. They'll go to Amazon. They'll go to Goodreads. Occasionally, they'll go to Google reviews for books. Okay, so Slamaran says, "Are you hoping for a Hugo award?" No, white male has not won the Hugo Award in 13 years. It's almost impossible now for a white male to win a Hugo. So white males are not in the running anymore for Hugo Awards. So, I'll tell you one award I'd love to get. Okay? Yeah, the Hugo Awards is so left. It is so left now. There is an award I would love to get. And, there is, occasionally, the Archaeological Institute of America gives out an award for the best representation of archaeology in fiction. Okay? I'd love to win that award. Okay? It was once given to Indiana Jones for the Indiana Jones trilogy. At that time, it was a trilogy. But I would love to get that award for the book. You know, the best representation of archaeology in fiction. So that award I'd love to get. But the Hugo, no. The Hugo's not... I don't have the right colors on the flag for the Hugo Award. So, yeah. Yeah, that's not realistic. Okay. Okay. So let's go on to the next super chat here. And the next super chat is from 18 Ministries for $1.99, and he asks, "Where do I get a brown bell pepper?" You can't. The few brown sweet bell peppers that are produced don't ever make it to your typical stores. Okay, you can't buy them you have to be a specialty restaurant to get them. Okay. Yeah, you can get the seeds at a heritage seed vendor. Okay, and that's probably your best bet is to grow them yourself. Yeah, Dossman says we found them last seen. Yeah, the seeds are available at heritage seed banks, but that's it. That's the only place you can get them. You have to get them seed by seed, and you have to grow them yourself. Camel Leopard, what if I pretend to be a restaurant? Well, if you want to go get a business license, go to a market. Like, for example, when they would occasionally come through Western Greenhouse Growers here, they were sold before they ever left the distributor. Okay. They were only sold to high-end restaurants. And they were something like $100 a pound or something like that. There's some outrageous price.
If you do start growing.
Oh yeah.
And you have high-end restaurants.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's.
You could make a side business.
Yeah, you'd have to make a side business out of it because. Yeah, so they're terribly difficult to get. They're terribly difficult to get unless you go through a seed bank. Okay, and that's really the only way you can get them is buy the seeds, grow them yourself, and then hope they don't fail. So that's your best bet on that one. All right, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate. Hope that helps. 18 Ministries for $4.99. What are your thoughts on the claim that the names in Genesis 5 predict the gospel? I think that's been completely debunked. Okay? Richard Hess talked about this a couple times because they keep asking him about that because he's the big expert on ancient Near Eastern names. And he basically said that this is complete garbage. Okay? The names don't actually end up there. We don't know the meanings of some of those names, so some of those names have been, quote, supplied with definitions to make this work. And yeah, it's not a good claim. It's not a good claim. There's some that have duplicate meanings but just in different languages. It's a terrible claim. It's trying to find a hidden message in Genesis 5 is what it's trying to do. And it's not very good at it. So I've heard this claim being made. It's been refuted many times by conservative scholars. And people should stop making the claim, essentially. Okay? So, hope that helps. Gabe Reagan. Wait, what is this theory? Oh, it's a theory. Let's pull up Genesis 5 here. Genesis 5. Okay. It's the theory that all the names in the genealogy of Genesis 5, you take them and you string them together with their meanings, their translated meanings, and it gives you the gospel. You know, like Adam meaning man, Seth meaning something else, Enosh, something else. Now, Enosh also means man, by the way. And then Kenan, and so on and so on. And they string these names with their supposed translations, and you get the gospel message. Hocus pocus. All right? But it really doesn't do that. It really doesn't do that. They're just names. And we don't even know what some of these names mean. So So I think it's one of those things where it's just not good exegesis. So it's wishful thinking. It's wishful thinking.
The Bible doesn't.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't need hidden messages. It doesn't need secret knowledge. You know, the message is just plain on its own.
God is not a Gnostic.
Yeah, God's not a Gnostic. Deal with it, yeah. Yeah. Gabe Reagan sounds like Bible code nonsense. It's very much like the Bible code nonsense. Yeah. It's a kind of Gnosticism. It's a kind of secret knowledge.
Suffer and die on a cross for everyone who can saved, and then make
Yeah,
it.
I know. It's just crazy. Just crazy. Triconius Constantius, Gnosticism strikes again, yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's a silly theory and we shouldn't use it. Okay, so thank you, AT, for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Mistress for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Will we see your producer on the tour? No, she's not going to be coming with us. Okay? Unfortunately not. Well, this tour got expensive enough as it is. We couldn't afford two of us to go, that's for sure. Okay, so, yeah, so she will not be coming with us, at least, not this time. Okay? So, Mr. EC. I think Mr. EC's traveling days are over.
He's gonna be.
Yeah, he's gonna be staying home with the producer and the bunny. I mean, he used to be a jet setter. He used to travel around the world, but he doesn't travel so well anymore. So, yeah, Mr. EC is probably going to be staying home from now on. Okay, 18 Mistress for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is it just me, or does lying in the Bible mean breaking an oath rather than not saying saying the truth generally? It does seem to have a technical meaning. And when it talks about like false witness, it's not the same as lying. False witness is a judicial thing. Okay? There seems to be that there are people in the Bible you owe the truth to. People in authority, you owe the truth to. Judges and magistrates, you owe the truth to. People you have a contract with, you owe the truth to. So there does seem to be a contractual, or at least societal, basis for lying, as it were. It's not just, well, saying, like, for example, if your, wife wears an unflattering outfit, and she says, "Does this make me look terrible?" Okay? It's not saying, "Oh, no, honey, that looks fine, but maybe you want to try something else." It's not that. It's not that. It's not saying something that will, say, spare the person's feelings. Like, it's not... Telling the truth is not just hurting somebody with the truth. Okay? Telling the truth is telling the truth in love. Okay? So, Dossman, no, quote, "No, that looks horrid. Worst thing I've ever seen." Yeah, don't say that. Guys, don't ever say that. Find a tactful way to suggest she might want to wear something else, okay?
Mama, I would use that example. Do you have some trauma to deal with?
Mama, you always use that example, Doc. Do you have some trauma to deal with?
No, it is the classic, and
Yeah. It's a classic example. It's not that I'm dealing with specific trauma. Because I try to be tactful with that one. Okay? Okay? But it is the classic example. You know? Yeah, it's you're not being completely truthful, but you're also subtly letting the person know that maybe you should put on a different outfit. Okay? So, but it's when the Bible exhorts us to tell the truth, it's to tell the truth in love, not hurt someone with the truth. So, and there's a lot of ways you can actually hurt someone with the truth. This is why a lot of say the prohibitions against lying in the Bible have to do more with people you owe the truth to, not so much those whom you don't owe the truth to. Like, for example, you don't owe somebody who's going to say, you don't have, like, for example, if someone is asking you, oh, how much is in your bank account? You don't owe them the honest answer, unless they're the IRS.
5 cents. Because if you have at least $1 in there, then you absolutely have 5 cents.
Because it's none of their business. For most people, it's none of their business how much you have in your bank account. Okay? You don't owe them that answer. So the quote sort of lies of omission here by not answering isn't really a lie. It's not telling a mistruth. It's just you're not supposed to know. None of your business. And I think we have sometimes naive notions of what constitutes truth and lie. Very naive notions. When a person on the street goes, "Hey, you got any money?" You don't owe that person an answer. No. You don't owe them an answer at all. So, yeah, there's times when, the Bible, doesn't expect you to give everyone an honest answer. It would be foolish to give everyone a completely honest and open answer to every question. But there are some people in positions of authority, people who you have contractual obligations to, and members of the courts to whom you do owe honesty too. And I think the Bible does seem to make that difference here, that you owe direct answers to some, but you don't all owe direct answers to all. So I think that's sort of the dividing line here, is that you don't know everyone an honest answer, period. And in some cases, it's just not wise to give people an honest answer. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is actually a string of questions. So we'll take all of them and then get right to the substance here. 18 Ministries for $4.99. He starts it off with, what are your thoughts on penal substitutionary atonement? I've seen a lot of people attacking it recently, saying it's pagan with no historical church precedent. Oh, that's not true, but we'll get to it. While I have issues with the reformers, I've noticed that they are not early church. commentaries on Leviticus, Exodus, Numbers, which would explain why the early church didn't draw from it. It seems pretty biblically supported to me, but I may also be biased. I see a lot of people argue sacrifice isn't required to forgive sins, but I don't see how you can read Leviticus, especially 17:11, with that opinion. Okay. Now, penal substitutionary atonement. It was used a lot by the reformers, but it's also a lot earlier than the reformers too. Okay, and I think this is one of the things we have to keep in mind with penal substitutionary atonement. Let's go first of all into the history of this, because I think it's really important. There was, in the very early church, the main sort of theory of atonement was called the ransom theory. Okay? This was the big theory of atonement. Okay, prior to the 11th century. Okay? It was the idea that the world belonged to Satan. With the fall of man, title to the world was shifted from God to Satan. Satan owns the world. Okay? He owns the world by contract. And Satan is holding the world hostage. Okay? Satan's holding the world hostage and at ransom. And God has to pay off Satan to get the world back. So Christ's atonement didn't pay for man's sins because God was mad at mankind, but because Satan held the deeds to mankind. Okay? So when Christ went on the cross, he defeated Satan by paying off the ransom and getting the deed to mankind and the world back. Okay? That's ransom theory. That was the prevalent theory of atonement for the first 10 centuries of the church. Okay? But here comes along this brilliant theologian in the 10th century by the name of Anselm. Okay? Anselm is the guy that comes up with penal substitutionary atonement. The guy's a genius. He's one of the Doctors Angelica, okay, which the Catholic Church says is there's a few figures in the Christian Church that are said to be so brilliant that they were inspired by angels. And they're said to be the teachers, the angelic teachers. Okay. Aquinas is one. Anselm's the other. Okay. Now, what did Anselm discover? Anselm discovered that Satan doesn't control the world. Never did. That the anger against sin wasn't Satan's. God was angry against sin. And that Christ's sacrifice was the payment to satisfy God's offense against sin. Now, when Anselm looks at this, he's looking at Romans chapter 3. That's the big verse here. Okay? Now, interestingly enough, there was a theologian in the 20th century, C.H. Dodds. Now, C.H. Dodds was kind of an atheist, okay? But, and Dodds hated substitutionary atonement, okay? But, oddly enough, when it came to verse 25 of chapter 3. And this is sort of the key verse here for penal substitutionary atonement. Okay, we'll go back here a little bit. Verse 21, but now apart from the law, the righteousness of God has been manifest, being witnessed by the law and even the prophets, and even the righteousness of God through faith in Jesus Christ for all those who believe, for there is no distinction. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, being justified as a gift by his grace through the redemption which is in Christ Jesus, whom God displayed publicly as a propitiation. Okay? Illusterios is the word. This is the key word right here. Propitiation. In his blood through faith. Now, what is a propitiation? My allergies are going wild again. Lovely. Okay, so what is a propitiation? Okay, a propitiation is when a sacrifice is made to ameliorate something. Okay, so because this is a propitiation, it's an atonement, not a ransom. It's not a payment. A propitiation is a something you do to ease the wrath of a deity or divine figure. So this is sort of the key verse right here. So yeah, you can go to Leviticus 17:11 and says, life is in the blood. Okay, and that'll help the case for penal substitutionary atonement. But when it comes right down to it, the key verses for penal substitutionary atonement come from Romans chapter 3. So, and frankly, to be very honest, I don't think ransom theory has a good leg to stand on. I really don't. It doesn't play nice with Romans. It's just not a good theory. I mean, it was a good working theory at the time of the early church fathers because they didn't know better.
Idea that Adam gave dominion to Satan.
Mm-hmm.
That's your false.
Yeah, that's the false premise, as my producer said here, that Adam gave dominion to Satan. And then that it was Adam's to give. Okay? I think that's the false promise. That's the false premise. Really, Satan's ownership of the world is a squatter's ownership. It's sort of the ownership of a guy who's been driven out of his house because the plumbing leaked, and then some squatters moved in. That's the kind of ownership Satan has. He doesn't have right to the house. He's a squatter. Doesn't have any ownership at all. No, he doesn't even have squatters' right. No.
He's that annoying uncle.
Yeah.
Or when you're in your 20s and your college roommate moves in and takes over.
Mm-hmm.
No rights at all. But just tells you.
Yeah.
Very different.
Yeah. So, Dean Salazar asks, wouldn't the church fathers be closer to the apostles and their knowledge? Not necessarily. One of the things about the church fathers is, yes, they did have some knowledge. Okay. But I also think too that the further you get away from the time of the apostles, the more diluted that knowledge becomes. And this is why, for example, I'm very cautious about how I use the church fathers. Now, I use the church fathers. I think the church fathers are an incredibly good source. It's no secret that at some point I wanted to become a patristic scholar, so I'm very, very much into the church fathers. I think they're an excellent resource. but I've also read enough of them to know that they contradict each other all over the place. So, it's one of those things where they're not as close to the apostles as you think they are. They're not carbon copies of the apostles. Not even close. And you do get some church fathers that do say some pretty wacky stuff sometimes. Okay? So I think that we have to be really careful about how we use the church fathers. I said, like, last week, for example, we had a question last week that asked if there's one thing that people should know about the church fathers, what would it be? And I said that there's a huge diversity of opinion. The more you read from them, the more you understand that there's no agreement among them. The Camelopard asks, was the purpose of ownership of Satan taken from what Satan said during the temptations? Yeah, to some extent. Yeah.
I just blew that off.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah. But, here's the thing, too. Like, Emily Tedescu has also... What does Satan mean in Luke 4:6? I will give you all the power and glory of these kingdoms. All of it has been given to me, and I will give it to anyone I please. Did God give it to Satan? When? No, God never gave it to Satan. Okay, this is one of the things I think we have to keep in mind. That when Satan here, and let's take that passage too. Let's just bring it up here, just to make sure we're on track. Luke 4:6. And the devil said to him, I will give you all this dominion and its glory, for it has been handed to me. Okay? Here's the thing. It's not given. Handed. Okay? The term here, handed, is paradidomai. To hand over. To give up. Deliver up. Surrender. Okay? Satan hasn't been given the kingdoms of the world. They've just been given up. So, the situation here in Luke 4:6 isn't that God said to Satan, okay, here's the keys to my kingdom. It's yours now. No. It's not that. It's God had to leave to prevent summary judgment on his people. God had to back away. And there was nobody in charge. Man sinned. God had to retreat to prevent summary judgment upon his people. And Satan moves in. Basically, the door was left unlocked. And the squatter walked in. That's the sort of giving up and ownership that Satan has here. Okay? It wasn't the idea here that God handed the lease to Satan. No. Satan had no lease to the kingdom. Satan just moved in. Basically, there was a vacuum. There was a vacuum. Satan filled the vacuum. That's all he did. Emily Tedescu, wicked tenant. Yeah, exactly. He was a wicked tenant. That's exactly what Satan is. Yeah, he's not there legally. He's not taking over the earth legally. He's doing it in sort of a opportunistic way. Okay? Andrew Graham says, Satan is a squatter? I suppose he had to go somewhere. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He got kicked out of heaven. He got thrown down to the earth. That's what happened in Genesis 3. Genesis 3, he tempts Adam and Eve and is cast down. That's what it meant when the Nakash had to eat dust. He's now exiled to earth. So what's he going to do on earth? he's going to sort of move in where he can. Move in where God isn't. And that's what he did. He just sort of took over. So, you know, that's the sort of being we're dealing with here with Satan. Is Satan is a squatter. He's asserting a squattage on the earth, you know, over the nations of the earth. Yeah, Mama says dominion is not the same as ownership. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Satan owns nothing. He never did own anything. He wasn't even leasing. Darkblade. No one's here. It's free real estate. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. Okay? It's like, yeah, it's like, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what Satan's dominion over Earth is. No one's here. It's free real estate. Huh. Oh yeah, Camel Leopard says Satan's tricked people into thinking he's a king in hell too. Yeah, yeah, he's not going to be a king in hell. He's going to be nobody.
He's going to be one of.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the cellmates. He's going to be on your cell block, but that's about it.
Everybody down be one of many. Everybody in hell is going to average for.
Yeah. Yeah. Dossman, God is ruler of hell too. There are no lions in hell. Yep. Yep, there are no lions in hell. Andrew Graham, he's going to be a weeper or a gnasher. Yep, that's it. Pretty much. There it is.
I guess. The mooks.
Freakonagus. Satan is just one of the mooks. Yep. Yep, he is. Yeah. Mama says, thanks, weird painters of the Middle Ages. Yeah, that's right. But I have to admit, I did like Hieronymus Bosch. I love Hieronymus Bosch paintings. Not great theology, but beautiful paintings. Yeah. Dean Salazar, Satan really inflated his own importance. Oh yeah, he loves the spin. He loves the spin. He loves people to think he's better than he is. Okay, so moving on, we've sort of beaten that one to death. But yeah, essentially, the ransom theory has no legs because Satan doesn't own nothing, never did, and the biblical text doesn't say he did. So, but that's the faulty premise of the ransom theory, and that's why penal substitutionary atonement is actually a much stronger case. Okay. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99, who's one of our beta readers for book 2. He says, how dare you make me cry before even reading the book? In the dedications, I'm 20 pages in. Sadly, I had family come over, so I couldn't read more. Sorry. Yeah, book 2 is a bit of a tearjerker. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. But, shouldn't be telling you that anyway. So I'm sorry the dedication made you cry. Okay? Okay, yeah, spoilers, yeah. AT Ministers for $1.99. Leviticus 12, 6-7. It's a sin to have a child? Okay, let's pull up our text. And go to Leviticus 12, verses 6-7. When the days of her purification are completed for son or daughter, she shall bring a priest at the doorway of the tent of meeting, 1 year lamb for burnt offering, 1 year pigeon or turtle dove for a sin offering. Okay. Then he shall offer it to the Lord and make atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the flow of blood. This is the law for he who marries a child, male or female. Okay. Now, one of the things we kind of have to understand about the whole sacrificial system is sometimes offerings did double duty. Okay. There's a burnt offering, and then there's a sin offering, but sin offerings did more than just cover sin. Okay. So just because you offered up a sin offering doesn't mean you sinned. Okay. They can be what's called apotropaic, basically that done in advance of potential sin. Okay, because there's this concept that all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So it's an apotropaic offering. Okay. So you've got the burnt offering for purification and the sin offering as an apotropaic. Okay. So basically something that is done in advance of sin. Okay. So that's one of the things we have to keep in mind here. It's not a sin to bear a child. It's a way of maintaining ritual purity as a result of having a child, as a result of, say, being in covenant community. And sometimes these offerings did double duty. Okay, and we got to be very careful that just because the sin offering is mentioned doesn't always mean it's to cover sin. It can be for other purposes as well. And this is an example of one of those other purposes where the sin offering is used as an apotropaic instead of a remedy for sin. Okay? So we just have to keep that in mind when we talk about these offerings, that they can do double duty. They're not just a one function offering. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then he adds to the follow-up here for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Why does it take twice as long for daughters? And we've covered this before in a previous question. Mama, spell that big word, please. Okay. Here we go. I'll spell that big word. Apotropaic. There we go. Okay, that's the big word. Of course, that's assuming I know how to spell. Spelling not guaranteed. Okay. So, it's not so much that the daughters are twice as long, it's more that the males are half as long. Okay? So, and we've covered this before. The reason why is the males are only half as long as the females because they're circumcised. There's a blood ritual that's associated with males that's not associated with little. There is a blood ritual associated with little boys that's not associated with little girls. Okay? So, that's why. Okay? It's not that the daughters are twice as long. It's that little boys are half as long because of that circumcision ritual. Okay? Blood is being shed twice. Once at childbirth, once by the boy himself. Whereas you need twice as much time for ritual purification for a daughter Again, because blood's not being shed twice. So that's what's going on there. Okay? So again, it's not that it's twice as long for daughters, but it's half as long for men, for boys. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Johnny Moe, who asks a member question here. Just wanted to extend my condolence for the season of loss you and your family have had to endure. Well, thank you very much. It's been really bizarre and crazy, and yeah. I will pray for continued strength and comfort. Well, thank you very much. We can use all your prayers, especially because it did not come at a great time of year. So we do appreciate your prayers. And yeah, it's been tough. It's been tough. Okay, next one here is from Johnny Mo for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, what do you think of the view that Romans 1:18-13 is the position of a Jewish Christian teacher, and the start of chapter 2 is Paul's rebuttal? Is the whole section of Romans being a back and forth diatribe? I don't think so. Look, when you look at the structure of Romans, it's very Socratic. It does follow one concept into another. And if you could make the case that chapter 1 is a position A and chapter 2 is a position B, then you almost have to expect then that there'd be a back and forth, and you don't see that through the rest of Romans. So I don't think it works. And the whole idea that this is more of a dialogue between one group and say another, in Paul's position, it's usually better spelled out in this in literature of this era. So, and we do have to understand that the whole dialogue genre had already been around 500 years by this point. It was a well-defined genre. You know, Greek philosophers had used this for a long time. We find this used in early church fathers, like Justin Martyr uses this dialogue in his dialogue with Trypho. Okay, so it's a very well-defined genre. So I would expect that if it had been Dark Blades, so we have written ancient debate texts. Oh yeah, lots of them. Lots of them. The dialogue with Gorgias is an example from Plato. There's a lot of these debate texts. You know, there's not just one of them, there's lots of them. So, ancient people were well aware of this genre in the first century. Well aware. So, yeah, you find it all over the place. So, yeah, if Romans had been intended to be written as a debate text, it would have been structured differently. So I'm not really buying the whole idea that this was a point counterpoint kind of dialectic debate sort of text. It doesn't work with the rest of the text. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, I have an unhinged question. Oh boy. That's always going to be helpful. What if God's salvation scope is just limited to the original Table of Nations? Well, then Canadians are in real trouble. Yeah, if God's salvation scope was just limited to the original Table of Nations, um, yeah, oh boy, most of Northern Europe would be unsaved. Most of Africa would be unsaved. Most of all of the Americas would be unsaved. Forget Australia. And definitely forget most of Asia. Okay. We are in so much trouble. Okay. Oh, because really the Table of Nations is a very small scope of people. Okay. It's a very small scope of people, and it's ethnography. It's ethnography, and it's really basically how does the Jewish people relate to its neighbors ethnographically? How does it view it religiously? Okay. So, Tychonicus, Constantinus, it's so over. Oh yeah, yeah. If salvation only applied to the Table of Nations, we're done. We are done. So done. All right, so I think that's all we need to talk about on that unhinged question. Fortunately, salvation is not limited to the Table of Nations. All right, Daniel for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Which Egyptian god or gods do you think is most likely to convert to Christianity?
Love the question.
Love the question. I can think of just one. I can think of only one. Imhotep. 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 And reason why Imhotep was a real person. Okay? He was a real person. He lived in Dynasty 3. He was a human being. I think you'd have to be a human being to convert. Okay? You can't be a non-human and convert to Christianity. So Imhotep was a real dude. He was a real human being. Uh, he was the first priest of Amun-Re. Not Amun-Re, Aten-Re. Aten-Re. But, how sincere was his faith towards Aten-Re? We don't know. He did live at a time when, long before the Israelites, yeah, he might have gotten to heaven and God said, hey, if you really want to stay with this false god or you want to support the real thing. Okay. Yeah. So, Imhotep. Imhotep. And the Egyptians did later declare him a god and worshipped him as a god. God of medicine. Okay? Because he's also said to have invented medicine, architecture, all sorts of things. Guy was a real polymath. So he did not. The mummy told us he had Jewish slaves. Yeah, but that Imhotep is not the same Imhotep. That Imhotep from the mummy dates to Seti the First, when there was Jewish slaves. The Imhotep I'm talking about is the third dynasty Imhotep, where there wasn't Jewish slaves. Dossman, imagine being so influential we still speak of him. Quite impressive. Yeah, and his name lives on. Yeah, it is actually pretty impressive. Yeah, he was the Imhotep. The original Imhotep was the architect of the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, which we will be seeing on the tour. So that's going to be awesome. He was a brilliant engineer and architect. Absolutely brilliant. Boy. Dossman, in the early Exodus, it's my new theory. Yeah, Ron Wyatt had that theory too. It's not so, oh my gosh. It was so strange. It's so strange. Yeah, the Ron Wyatt view of Imhotep was that Imhotep was Joseph. Yeah, no. No. So wrong. So wrong on so many levels. So wrong. Darkblade. It's produced wrong, Wyatt. Yep. The ultra early Exodus. Hey, there are people who do think that there's an ultra early Exodus. I kid you not. Okay. DN says, wait, there could be two Imhoteps? New headcanon. Oh yeah, there were many Imhoteps. There wasn't just one. Imhotep was a popular name. It was a popular name. It was the he who is satisfied. A very, very popular name. And it wasn't just with the original. It remained a popular name for a long time. There were a lot of Imhoteps in Egyptian history. So okay, so I think we answered that question. I think if there was an Egyptian god that would convert to Christianity, probably be Imhotep. Okay. Yeah. Okay, next question here is from Billy Noonian for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. If Bactrian camels were already present in Central Asia, why is there evidence in Mesopotamia and Elam so scant, much less Egypt? Should we expect more traces given trade networks? We do find examples of domestication of Bactrian camels going back to the 3rd millennium BC. Okay. There's more than enough evidence for this. There are some little statuary of camels that date to the mid 3rd millennia. There are remains, osteological remains of camels that have been found in Egyptian tombs. One of the oldest pieces of evidence for camels, domesticated camels, is actually in the 4th millennium from the Fayum. So that's in Egypt. Okay. So we don't see so much evidence of osteological remains in Mesopotamia or Elam, but that's so because to osteological remains in those areas often is harder to preserve too because of the groundwater there. So in desert regions we do find more evidence of camel remains. So but we're basically for over I guess 30 years now it's been well known that that camels have been domesticated since the 3rd millennium BC. So, yeah. And this is really more, in this case, settled at this point. So I don't know why people still keep bringing up the whole camel thing because it's just the evidence is so there. It's been there for a long time. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And next one here is we've already answered all the 5-year-olds' questions. That was fun. 5-year-olds do ask the most difficult questions. That's because they ask the most fundamental questions. All right, next one here is from Triconis Constantinus for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. And it's a good Good question. Is Props, this is William Props, Exodus Anchor commentary still worthwhile? And it's a great question because it's sort of a yes and no answer. I have mixed feelings about Props commentary. Now, I understand how much work he put into this. He put 20 years of work into his Exodus commentary. Okay. But I also think that a lot of his interpretations are kind of dodgy too. I find myself disagreeing with Prop frequently. Whereas I tend to disagree less with, say, Sarna. So, not a huge fan of William Prop's commentary, but I understand how much work he put into it. He put an incredible amount of work into that thing. And it's massive. It's a massive commentary. So it's kind of like this. You're going to get a lot of information in Prop's commentary, okay? But I also think that sometimes his conclusions are not very good. Like, for example, the birthing bricks. This is probably one of I'll give you an example of one interpretation that I think in William Prop's commentary that I think is whacked. Okay? I think this is whacked. Now, where it talks about the midwives. And let's pull up the passage here, because I think this is an interesting passage to discuss. Anyway, so it's Exodus chapter 1, and it talks about the okay. Now, it's this passage, it's this verse right here, verse 16. And I hate this translation too, burstool. It's not burstool, okay? Okay, I think it's even in the dual, isn't it? 16, Evaniam. Yeah, it's in the dual. Okay. So let's talk about this one passage, Exodus 1, verse 16, and then you'll see why I don't like Prop. And the passage says, "And when he said, when you are helping the Hebrew women to give birth and see them upon..." Now, the term here is not birth stool. It's stones. The word in Hebrew is evaniam. Okay? If it is a son, you shall put him to death, but if it's his daughter, then he shall live. She shall live. Okay. Now, what this is talking about is it's talking about birthing bricks. Okay. So the woman is standing on the stones. And here it's in the dual. So it's 2 stones. So it's quite literally, the passage says, when you're helping Hebrew women give birth and see upon the 2 stones. Okay, so the woman's standing on the 2 stones, the birthing bricks. And this is well attested in Egypt. Well attested. There's examples of these birthing bricks. They're brightly colored and decorated in faience. They're beautiful. They're a magical item. Okay. William Prop views the 2 stones. He interprets this as testicles. Okay? He views this as when you see the testicles of the baby boy. First of all, he's never obviously had a baby boy. Okay? Or his sisters changed a diaper on a baby boy. Okay?
Or been stuck.
It's like... or forgot what it was like to be a boy. Okay. Okay. Because one thing that you have to keep in mind is that in the human male, testicles drop. They're not on the outside when a child baby is born. They have to drop at puberty. Too many Marys. Does he not know babies come out head first? Oh, no, he doesn't. No. And I think this is one of the reasons I don't like Prop's Exodus commentary. Is he's overthought everything except the context. You know, it lacks common sense in so many places.
Sounds like he down the hands and then your head goes.
Mama, what an incredibly stupid everything. Yeah. Yeah. But this is why I don't like Prop's commentary. Is, you know, he's sort of, you know, been isolated in this biblical exegetical world, and he has sort of lost touch with the reality of the ancient Near East.
So many Marys are out. The baby just the rest of it.
Yeah. Too Many Marys says, by the time you see the scrotum, the baby is entirely out. Once the shoulders are out, the baby flies out. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So, you know, this is why I don't like Prop. I don't like his commentaries. Because, again, he is so sort of wrapped up in that whole biblical studies thing that he doesn't understand the world. He doesn't understand all the context that predicated these things, why they existed, and really, what's just the human experience? So, I don't like his commentary. Okay? I don't like his commentary. It's full of information, but it's not necessarily good information. So, I would have to sort of leave it at that. Okay, but that's the example I use when it comes to Prop. Because it's divorced from reality. And once you got something like a commentary that's divorced from reality, it just doesn't make for a good commentary. Yes, so no props to Prop, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very appreciated, but I don't care for his commentary. There's just too much of that sort of stuff going on in it. Okay, so next one here is from TBD, and he's sponsoring Womb to Tomb Apologetics. In the Torah, I hear that thigh is a euphemism. So why do people make oaths by putting their hands under the thighs? Genesis 24:2 and elsewhere. Okay. Now, it's not everyone's thigh they do this on, but we'll get to that, okay? So let's go to Genesis 24. And this is Genesis 24. Verse 2. All right. Now Abraham was old and advanced in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in every way. And Abraham said to his servant, the oldest of his household, who had charge of all he owned, please place your hand under my thigh. Okay. Now it's a Yorek thigh Lloyd sign brace. Okay. And I'll make you swear by the Lord the Lord God of heaven and the Lord of the earth, that you shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I live. But you shall go to my country and to my relatives and take a wife for my son Isaac. Okay. Now, you have to have a pretty close relationship to do an oath like this anyway. Okay? This is... yeah, this is not something that strangers did. Okay? Yeah, this wasn't a casual greeting. This wasn't the way you normally ratified a contract. Okay? But it's also not a euphemism for genitals either. Okay? But it is the thigh. And frankly, it's just still a sensitive place. Okay? So, yeah, I've heard people say that this is the genitals or the between the buttocks, and it's like, what? Gross. Gross. Get real. Get real, people. Mama butt. Yeah, I've heard some people say that. I've heard some scholars say that this is a euphemism for the butt. It's like, why? Why would you stick your hand there? Really? Icky. Gross. Icky. Dossman icky, yeah. Yeah, it is. Women to Tomb Apologetics. My study Bible says genitals. Yeah, a lot of them do. A lot of them do. A lot of them say that. I think this is a problem again with, say, hypersexualization of terms in the Bible. Okay, and hypersexualization isn't just something that happens in our high schools. Okay, believe it or not, it happens among biblical scholars too. There's a lot of hypersexualization, basically assuming something is more than what it is, with a sexual innuendo attached. So, yeah, I don't think here that it's. I mean, you're going to get a lot of people who are going to say that this is genitals or sticking it in the butt crack or that sort of thing, and it's just like, no, gross. I mean, they're already wearing a cloth there. Think about this. Okay, these people aren't running around naked. Like, no, they're wearing clothes. Gross. Get your minds out of the gutter.
There's also the idea that you're laying your hand.
Yeah, there is. The thigh was exposed. The thigh is a sensitive area. That's all you needed. Okay?
If you
now, here's what it probably is. I'm going to say this. This is what it probably is. Probably the inside of the thigh. Probably the inside of the thigh. Now, I'm not recommending people do this. But do you ever see one of our jiu-jitsu practices where the monkey pinch on the inside of the thigh, and how that made people jump? Oh yeah. Yeah. So it's probably the inner surface of the thigh, and it's a really sensitive area, and there's a nerve that runs through that. Okay? So what it probably is, it's probably the inside of the thigh, and it's probably putting an oath while in contact with the inside of the thigh, where the thigh is just exposed. Okay? Dark new lore entry. Dr. Falk has done Brazilian martial arts. No, not Brazilian. Japanese. Technically Hawaiian, I guess. Hawaiian. I've done Hawaiian martial arts. Okay. So, so essentially here, what I would say is that the making oath on the thigh is the thigh, but it's the inner thigh. So basically, they would expose the robe, the tunic, drop the tunic. They wouldn't have to take off their underwear because they are wearing a wrap around the underwear. And they would be, lift up their thigh and have them place the hand on the inside thigh to do the oath. That's what it is. Okay? Dotsman, of course it's Hawaiian. Was. Hey, I still have the certificates to that, so I can prove that one. Okay. Oh, next one here. So that's what's going on. Okay. So it's not on the genitals, not on the butt crack. Sorry. Oh. What if you're ticklish? Yeah, the monkey grab on the inside of the thigh, very, very sensitive. Very sensitive. Okay, next one here is from AT Mistress for 199. What makes a question interesting? Oh, what makes a question interesting is the rabbit trails. Okay? Like, for example, that last question about the thigh. What makes it interesting is the fact that there is a portion of the thigh that is very sensitive and would be used for doing oaths. So there's a rabbit trail there that you can go through. Okay? So that's what makes questions interesting is if there's something obscure or sort of off on the off-beaten track that you can sort of go under and illuminate the text some more. Or, go into some weird trivia. That's what really sort of what I find interesting as far as questions. So that's what makes a question interesting for me. Is there some avenue that, if we explore it, that that makes it, unique, interesting, and all that? Mama says, plus a lot of nerves on the upper thighs, especially the inside thigh. The outside thigh, not so much. The inside thigh, lot of nerves there. There's nerve ganglia on the inside of the thigh. Not sexy nerves like pain nerves. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh heck yeah. Oh yeah, anyone who's done the monkey pinch, oh yeah. The monkey grab, yeah, that's pain. That's pain, and that is uncomfortable. Really, really uncomfortable. Okay, so but that's what makes a question interesting is there a rabbit trail you can go down where you can add some illumination to the text or the subject? Okay? AT Ministries for 199. Did everyone write today? I didn't write, but I did a lot of editing today. In fact, that's how you guys who are my beta readers got your copies today, is through me slaving over editing. Here's the thing I think is, you don't have to spend every day writing, but you do need to do something every day that advances your writing forward. So if you write, that's an advancement towards. If you did editing, that's advancing your writing forward. The thing is, you want to do activities that advance the craft of writing, and that's probably a better way of saying it. You don't actually have to write every day, but you do have to do something every day that advances your development of the writing. Because one of the things we have to kind of understand about writing, and this is true whether you do academic writing, theological writing, fiction writing, doesn't matter. Writing is a learning process. It's a developmental process. When you write, you are developing your ability to write more. This is why people just don't go from, say, grade 7 into a PhD. They haven't developed the process of writing. They go through high school, and then they start learning to write in high school, and it's awful. And then they go into a bachelor's degree, and the writing is still terrible. But hopefully it's coherent. Nowadays, that's not guaranteed. Then they do a master's degree where they really start to refine their writing. And then they do the PhD in their dissertation, which is all about writing. Okay? Academic writing, but writing nonetheless. And then they take that PhD dissertation, transform it into a book that people can read and enjoy. They're doing another form of writing. Every step in the process is a developmental step. And people who do say fiction writing have to go through a similar process. You know, they start off with their first novel, and it's terrible. Really bad. Really, really bad. Really, really bad. And I'm equally guilty of this, okay? Do the second novel. It's still bad. Not as bad. Then they do a third novel, which is still bad. Okay? But not as bad as the first two. Then they do the fourth novel. And then it's pretty good. It's gone from still bad to pretty good. They do the fifth novel. It's even better. Sixth novel, even better. So what's happening is the process of writing is teaching you to write. Too Many Marys, pantser for life. Yeah, I'm a pantser for life too. But here's the thing. You've got to write enough to know whether you're a plotter or a pantser. And I tried plotting. Doesn't work for me. You know? It's terrible. I mean, I just can't plot. It's one of the reasons why I have so much difficulty writing book proposals.
Many Mary. Write them.
Too Many Marys. Get your first 500,000 words down. Write them as well as you can. Then throw them out. Laugh out loud. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. A Camel said, but I've already used all my good ideas for novels 1 to 4. Okay. Let's say that. Let's say that's even true. And I doubt it. Okay. Because here's why I doubt that, first of all. Because the fact is that ideas are cheap. You don't know it right now. But ideas are terribly, terribly cheap. Execution is expensive. Okay? So, you know, I would say this. If you think one of your first 4 books has a really good idea, rewrite it as book 5. Rewrite it.
Well,
and that's actually a better way to do it.
A lot of authors.
Yeah.
They ended up taking the first book.
Yeah.
And moving it elsewhere.
Yeah. Now, my first 3 novels were complete garbage. Okay? They were complete garbage. Okay, so it was just like, no. No, I'm not recycling anything from those. But if you have a good idea in your first 2, 1 to 4, rewrite it as your 5th book.
Kipling or whatever his name is. Isn't that true? Same truth. The reason is the first one, somebody had a vision.
Yeah.
They had an idea. Second one, they might have followed up, but the third one is just.
Yeah. Sarah Kepler says, why isn't that the same for movies? The first is good, the second is better, the third is often terrible. And sometimes it's not even true for movies. Like Jurassic Park. First movie was incredible. All the great ideas were in the first book. In the first movie. Second one was not as good. Third one is worse again. Fourth one was awful. I think we're up to like 6 or 7 now that is just terrible. Oh yeah.
I haven't even bothered.
There's a reason why you haven't bothered to watch them. Like Jurassic Park Dominion was just a joke. Yeah, so it is true that movies often don't get better because the screenwriters aren't just sort of rehashing and not really writing new material.
They don't have a vision.
There's no vision there.
They don't have a. They just want to make.
Bubble Machine asks, what's a plotter and what's a pantser? It's not a prancer, it's pantser, as in the seat of one's pants. Okay? Here's the difference. Okay, and it boils down to what's your writing style. A plotter is a person who creates an outline of their plot before they start writing. So they plan meticulously every scene, every piece of dialogue before they write the dialogue. And so they'll often have this incredibly detailed outline of what they're going to do before they write. A pantser is somebody who you're not a reindeer. A pantser, not a prancer, a pantser is somebody who basically doesn't plan before they write. They don't plan. They just write from their stream of consciousness. Okay? And this depends on the style of the author. Now, the pantser has to often go back and edit more. That's the price he pays for not planning. But the plotter also plays a place too, which is his books are often not as spontaneous, and sometimes they lack life too because everything's been plotted ahead of time.
This is good for speech. There are two that applies both.
Ian Salsar says, is this good for speeches too? Yeah, it can apply to either one. You know, some speechwriters do it by the seat of their pants. Some plot. Depends.
Generally are better plotted, though.
They tend to be better plotted, but they're not necessarily better plotted. Again, a discipline.
You have a exact amount of time.
Yeah.
Because you tend to have to be a surgeon.
It depends entirely on the speechwriter again, but yeah. So that's the difference between a plotter and a pantser. Darkblade asks, can you assess how much writing experience someone has by whether or not their writing is crud? No, you can't. But here's the thing. If they have less experience writing, their chances of writing crud is more likely. But there's people who've been writing for 20 years that their writing is still crud. They didn't learn from their experience. So, you know, it's just one of those things that, yeah. So it just depends. It depends on the person themselves. Connie S. Cantone says, I love outlining stories. Some people do. Some people it works really well. I would say this. Do both. See which one works for you. Do both. And if plotting works for you, fantastic. You found your style. But that's what your first 3 novels is supposed to teach you, is which style works best for you. What is your process? So yeah, this is what I would say is that so you discover what your process is, you discover what what works best for you, what's your best working style. You're going to discover as you do your first 3 books, you know, how do you do your editing? how are you really going to work as an artist here? I think this is really, really important, is you're also going to find your voice. That's probably one of the big things. And it's one of probably the hardest things to develop, is your particular narrative voice. Every author has a voice that has to be developed. How are you going to express your descriptions? How are you going to work your dialogue? How are you going to put humor into things?
And if you're
How are you going to work this all in? How are you going to do your pacing? It's these questions that you're going to work out in your first 3 novels. And pacing is one of those things that's really difficult, but your voice is also very difficult. So these are the things that sort of are the last things to develop as a writer. So yeah, outlining does work sometimes. If you're that kind of writer, it might work very well for you. Jordan Orick, I look forward to not having to write in Turabian. That's until you have to write into some other style guide. Ooh. Yeah, my producer says that Turabian is a really nice style guide, and she used to hate Turabian. Oh yeah, once you start having to do some other style guides, you will love Turabian. I love Turabian. I will never. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Ugh. Harvard style. Hate Harvard style. I hate the Harvard style guide. Absolutely hate them. Turabian, I love. Absolutely love Turabian. I'll take that one to my grave. Um, Mama says, I'm a pantser poet and a plotter proser. Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting thing. You found a different work process for poetry versus prose. I think that's really interesting. Yeah, some people do that. Um, I don't do poetry, so I can't say that because my poetry kind of sucks. But my novels, I just do it pantsing because it's just one of the things I also do is fictive dreaming, and I think that's one of the things that's very interesting as well. I think you can do pantsing in more than one way. So I think fictive dreaming is one of those things that I think is a good idea too. If you're one of those who sort of gets tired as you write, you just go take a nap and you dream what your characters are doing. And I found that to be very, very an effective way to to um to do it. BC says pantsing sounds like the route of the intuitive personality type. I think it is. I think there's some truth to that. I'm high on the intuition scale, so um, for me, I do like that as a because one of the things about pantsing, but being intuitive, is sometimes your thoughts get locked in the back of your brain and have to be brought to the forebrain. This is very common among, say, people with high intuition. They just know things, but they don't know how they know things. So in order to know how you have to get it get into the front brain somehow. Yes, I am. Yeah, yeah. I am an INTJ. Yeah, yeah. Well, confirmed INTJ. Yep. Yep, I am INTJ. Um, Dean says, like daydreaming. It's similar. The process is actually very similar to daydreaming. I call that percolating. Yeah, that's another way of saying it. Yeah, yeah. Of course, he's an INTJ. Dosman, there's an interesting amount of INGTJs around here. Laugh out loud. Considering they only make up 2% of the population? That's all.
Considering they get 90% of the work.
Yeah. Mama, least surprising lore ever. Well, my producer's not an INTJ either, so Darkblade. At this point, Dr. Falk lore is a separate category entirely from channel lore. Yeah, well, okay. All right, fair enough. All right, so let's get to the next super chat here. I think we're getting close to the end of the super chats, I think. Followers of the Shepherd asks, "What's your opinion of Dave Ramsey?" I don't know Dave Ramsey. Not familiar with that name. Not really. I have no idea who he is. So, I can't really say. So I'm gonna have to give this one a pass. But thank you very much for the member question. Really appreciate it. Bubble Homeschool for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Where did Velocirabbit go? Any new Velocirabbit? Have not had the chance to do a lot of composing recently. That's because we've been writing novels. Okay, so for use of and a game, yep, and a game. We've been working on a video game. So, for those of you who don't know, I am Velocirabbit. It's the name that we use for as a pen name for my music compositions. Okay. And it's one of the things that, I'm always doing something artistic, something creative. Okay. So, whether it's painting, whether it's jewelry, I come from an artistic family. Okay. 4th generation artist. For those of you who don't know, because I seem to have to explain this sometimes, is that me and my family are steeped deep in the arts. Okay? We are deeply connected with the arts. As I said, my great-grandfather was a painter. Okay? So I'm always doing something artistic. Got an easel over there. I've done paintings, I've done jewelry, I've done sculpture. I write fiction, I write music. Okay? Velocirabbit was the pen name I used as a music composer back when I was part of a church that if they found out you had any musical talent, they tried to rope you into the worship team. I was not about to do the worship team. So, I did definitely want to keep my music activities separate from my church life. Okay? So we're always doing something artistic. Whether or not that's, as I said, music, art, whatever. Writing fiction. And we still maintain Velocirabbit. Now Velocirabbit we've put out one album by Velocirabbit, which is Apex Predator. Yeah, Apex Predator. There's a second album that I have been working on, but I haven't touched it in a while because I've been doing novels recently and video games. And you just can't do everything at once. That's the problem is you can't do everything at once. So, you just end up having to focus on certain things. So, right now, this is the season for fiction and for video games. And that's what we're working on right now. So, but you can listen to Velocirabbit on the album Apex Predator, and let me see if I can find that quickly for you. I'll put the link in the chat here, and if you want to listen to the whole album is on YouTube. Find this quickly here. Find that here. There's an Apex Predator channel. Yeah, it looks like the publisher pulled it. Alright, it doesn't look like that's on there anymore, but... Okay. I'll have to look into that. Used to be on YouTube. The entire album used to be on YouTube. But the publisher, I think, pulled it because I didn't do some sort of metadata filing or that. Some stupid reason. Alright, I'll have to go back and look into that. Okay, so then... I guess you can't watch it right now. At least not the whole album on YouTube. But you used to be able to. You used to be able to see the entire album on YouTube. But that's what we use. We use, like, for example, in our video games, and in our on this channel, the music is all from Velocirabbit. Okay, so the theme is on. Is it on the torrents? I don't know. Could be. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, never earned much from the music anyway. I think it was a grand total of 17 cents for all that music play. Yeah.
Creators don't make much.
Yeah, music creators don't make much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so... but we might be doing some music again. Maybe in not too distant future, maybe at the end of 2025, but we're not promising anything. So it'll depend on what projects are really resonating with people at that time. Right now, we're focusing on the book and the video games. So that's what we're focusing on right now. We also are hoping to get another nonfiction book out at the end of the year, too. So there's that as well. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, answering LDS for $1.99. He asks, have you ever considered debating Kip or Josh? Oh, yeah. In fact, I have an open invitation for them to debate them. They've always said no. Every time. I've asked them on numerous occasions to debate them.
Because both
yeah.
and Josh
yeah.
have PhDs.
Yeah.
They don't play by it.
No, no,
They're just
no, no. I,
sniveling little.
I've said I would debate them. I've invited them many, many times to debate on the Exodus, many times, and they always said no every time. There was even one time when somebody offered money for me to talk to Josh on the Exodus. Said no. Okay. And Kip just went right for the ad hominems. He doesn't want to debate. He doesn't debate. He thinks debates are stupid. Okay, fair enough, but he keeps shooting his mouth off too. So, yeah, I've invited him many times, both of them, many times to debate. They won't debate. Okay, that's their choice. Okay. Next super chat is from Upsies for $13.99 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. I don't even understand the point of life. Why would God even have us here? Oh, that's easy. Relationship. It just seems ridiculous. Not really. How can you justify people rejecting God based on suffering that they endure on earth? Well, I'm not sure it's rejecting God based upon suffering they endure on earth. That's not quite a well-formed question, okay? God has us here to have relationship. God wants relationship with us. We kind of spoiled it. We kind of ruined it for ourselves. This is sort of the God that we serve, though, is a God that creates beings to have relationship with. Whether it's spirit critters, angels, primordial deities, whatever, he creates spirit critters to have relationship with them. He creates human beings to have relationship with them. He even creates animals to have relationship with them. So it's not ridiculous. It's just that God wants more and more and more relationship. He's a relational God. And because he's a relational God, he keeps creating things to have more relationship. So, the fact that people reject God is because there's something broken in them. There's something broken in them where they're having problems forming relations. Whether relations with other people. And this is a consequence of the fall. It's a consequence of death. Death is separation. Death is separation from, say, the body and soul, separation from man and God, separation from husband and wife. These are kinds of death. The break of relationships and community is a kind of death. And there are just some people out there that prefer nursing the pain of broken relationship than healing. Healing. Emily Tedescu, exile is death. It is, yeah. It's exactly because you're cutting yourself off from others. There's just a lot of people out there that are like that. That even if they believe that God exists, wouldn't want that relationship with them. I knew a guy like that when I was in art school. When I was in art school, I knew this guy in his 60s. He basically said, if God is real, I still wouldn't want to have a relationship with him. Wouldn't want it. Okay. Sure. Mama says, I miss all the Jack Race puns. Hope he is okay. He was here tonight. So, yeah, he's probably just gone to bed. Yeah, he might be in. Yeah, he multitasks while popping in and out. So, wouldn't worry about him. He might be on another channel. He supports more than one channel. So, love his puns too, miss them as well. But he's probably just popping in and out. Okay. So, I mean, we don't have to justify this. We don't have to justify this because people will do this to themselves. Okay. But again, people have free will. People have free will, and they're free to decide who they want to have a relationship with and who they don't. And it's no different between a person and their neighbor and a person and God in that respect. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jordan Oric for $1.99. Doc, doing my dissertation on 2020 Trump prophecies? Oh, I wouldn't, but doing a dissertation on that? Okay. Interesting. I don't know anything about this, but okay. I didn't pay any attention to this, so I have no idea what's going on here. That's his super chat.
I have to.
All right. So odd, very odd. Might be worth a read, but who knows? If you can get someone to sponsor that dissertation, go for it.
Is he actively working?
He says he's doing his dissertation on it. So I don't know. I don't know if he's had a proposal accepted. Have you had a proposal accepted on this? Do you have a supervisor? What's going on here? Let us know. We're interested. Okay. Next one here is from Christian Theology and Apologetics for $1.99. Hey, Addison. Who's the better scholar, Ron White or Kent Hovind? Yeah, I think so. Too many Marys. Oh, that's a cruel question. Yeah, I think so. The Camel part says, you devious soul, it's like choosing between drowning and freezing to death. Yeah, pretty much. Oh. Jordan Oric says, my advisor's advisor was Craig Keener. It's approved. I'm doing a new proposal now to get the details worked out. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. All right. I actually would be interested in reading that. I'd be interested in reading that. Okay. Your advisor's advisor was Craig Keener. Craig Keener is a good scholar. Okay. If the proposal's approved, awesome. Get it written. I'd love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Cool. Very cool. All right, back to the super chat. Who's the better scholar, Ron White or Kent Hovind? Nope. That's my answer. Nope. Nope. Alexa stares into the camera. The vermin trash rat says, just say both, Dr. Falk. Keeps learning. Neither are scholars.
Scholar doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like saying, like, who's the better hockey player, Ron Wyatt or Kent Hovind?
Who bakes better?
Who bakes better croissants, Ron Wyatt or Kent Hovind? Who's the best pastry chef?
Who's more likely to run an egg?
Who's the better astronaut, Ron Wyatt or Kent Hovind? Yeah, neither applies. BC, I miss pastry. Dossman, I hear Ron Wyatt could bake a mean Red Baron pizza. Camel Leopard, follow up. Who's the better true prophet of Allah, Buddha or Plato? Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. Who's the better heretic, Ron Wyatt or Kent Hovind? Ooh, that's a tough call. They're both pretty close on that heresy scale. Yeah, that one's hard to decide. That one is hard to decide. Kent Hovind is definitely wrong about a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Does that make him a heretic, though? Ron Wyatt is definitely a heretic. There's no question he's a heretic. But Kent Hovind, that one I'm a little more borderline on. I mean, if he promotes modalism, then yeah, he'd be a heretic. But I never heard him say that personally. But I don't track Kent Hovind as much as I do Ron Wyatt because people are more in my face with Ron Wyatt. Too Many Marys. Kent Hovind is a worse heretic. He has wives, is bigamist, and an adult. That doesn't actually make you a heretic. That makes you a sinner. We have to be very careful what we mean by heretic. Heretic is the idea that you are promoting a teaching that is contrary to the historic Christian faith. Okay, if Kent Hovind taught modalism, that's a heresy. That would be a heretic. Being a polygamist, a bigamist, and an adulterer doesn't make him a heretic. Okay? It has to be a doctrine that affects salvation, basically the nature of man, nature of God, nature of salvation. That's sort of the scope of heresy. Now, Ron Wyatt is a heretic because he believes that you are saved by keeping the Ten Commandments. He's a Judaizer. He doesn't believe that the finished work of Jesus Christ saves you. He believes that following the Ten Commandments saves you. That's what makes Ron Wyatt a heretic. Now, yeah, but Too Many Marys, Kent Hovind's idea of marriage is not considered a salvific matter. Okay? It's wrong. It's unbiblical. It's definitely unchristian. It's aberrant, but it does not fall under the technical definition of heresy. Heresy specifically attacks specific doctrines of the historic Christian faith. Okay? Kent Hovind believes he has the authority over establishing and disestablishing marriages. again, that's not a heretical thing. Again, wrong.
He's a false teacher.
He's a false teacher. You can be a false teacher. I mean, he's a false teacher. He's wrong. He's unbiblical. But that doesn't make that heretical.
Heresy is
Ken Hovind also thinks the Bible teaches antinomianism. Okay. Or autonomianism? Okay, that would... Okay, I think you mean antinomianism here, but that... Okay, if that's the case, that would be a heretical teaching. That would be heresy. Antinomianism would be heresy. Okay, but that's... Again, I'd have to... I mean, I don't know that for sure, because I don't keep him up, but if he is teaching antinomianism, then that would be heresy. But again, he would have to show that there is no law. And there's very few people who actually go out. Yeah, antinomianism is a textbook heresy, but it's also very hard to establish, too. That there's no law at all. So very few people actually have taught it in church history. There have been some. But again, it's... Again... He didn't teach antinomianism. He taught Christian perfectionism, which is another heresy. Yeah, he said you can't sin, not that there isn't sin. So again, it'll depend, but I think we have to be careful about how we bandy around the term heresy, and because heresy is a very technical thing. You know, just because someone's wrong, you're not necessarily a heretic. And I'm not saying Kent Hovind is or is not a heretic. If he's a modalist, if he's an antinomian, then he's a heretic. Okay, then I can go with that. But just because he's a polygamist, a bigamist, and a general scuzzbag, doesn't make him necessarily a heretic. So again, we got to be very, very careful about how we use the term heretic and heresy because it's technical. All right? So I just want to make that sure we're clear on that. Okay? All right. Enough talk about Ron Wyatt and Kent Hovind. Let's go back to the super chats here. Upseas for $6.99 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Why did the Israelites also cut off foreskins? That's so weird. What's the ancient context on why they did it? Depends what you mean. Do you mean circumcision or do you mean taking foreskins as war trophies? Because they did both. Okay. Now, in the case of circumcision, it's part of the Abrahamic covenant. It was part of ritual practice in Egypt. That's something that was part of their patriarchal sojourning experience. Okay, so that's why they cut off foreskins on, say, little boys. Okay, that whole circumcision thing. Okay. On the other hand, when they went to war against heathen nations, they would take foreskins as war trophies. Why did they take foreskins as war trophies? Because there was only one of them, and you can keep count. Okay, now
and you guaranteed you killed the guy.
First of all, you guaranteed you killed a man. Second of all, a man only has one foreskin, so so it was a good way to keep count of how many war dead there were. Now, not every nation did that. Some, like, for example, the Egyptians, wouldn't cut off foreskins. They would cut off the right hand. So they would keep all these hands basically as a way to count the dead. So, yeah, foreskins are smaller, they're lighter, they're easier to carry. Yeah, there's a good reasons why they did the foreskin instead of the right hand.
Right hands.
They bulk
That's
up pretty
very, very
fast, yeah.
nasty.
Yeah. Yeah. Keeping a pile of right hands wasn't actually the most easiest way to count the dead. The original unfungible token.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of a way to say it. The original unfungible token. So foreskins are better to count. Um, they do have they as I said, they do have the advantage of being small. You can have a bunch of them on a string. You can keep count of them that way. You can put them on a string. Can't do that with hands. Not easily with hands.
Rope.
Yeah, rope. Yeah. Okay. So you can collect a lot of them on a string and keep them organized and well counted. Dosman, not the image I needed. Laugh out loud.
No, but it was a very
Yeah, it was a pragmatic thing. Yeah.
fun ring. Get every like 10 ones or 50 ones and quick.
Well, okay, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. So, but yeah, that's pretty much the ancient context here. It was used either, cutting off foreskins was either used as circumcision or for counting dead warriors, essentially. Okay, so that's the ancient context here, and it's because they belonged to men and they had only one of them. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Anthro Soup for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Dr. Falk, can you shout out my bud, Daniel McDonald? Hi, Daniel McDonald. He brought me to your channel and even gifted me your book. Oh, awesome. I hope you enjoyed the book. He's also getting married soon. Well, congratulations, Daniel. Many blessings on your marriage for years to come. We've just had 26 here. So, marriage is a good thing. Marriage is a very good.
I'm sorry.
The producer is now giving marital advice here. Learn to say sorry, both of you.
And
learn to say thank you. Okay.
Just because you're married, you don't get out.
Yeah. But Mrs. Producer says just because you're married doesn't get you out of saying thank yous. Either side. All right. So, yeah, Daniel McDonald, wishing you many happy wishes and a long, fruitful marriage. Congratulations. Hope it turns out really, really wonderful for you. Okay. Anthro Soup for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. P.S. Thank you for all the prayers with my arms. Well, you're welcome. Got stitches out. Doc said he's impressed at how much I've healed. Awesome. Heading back to the jungle soon. Okay. All right. I would have probably taken a break from the jungle at that point, but uh oh, I'm glad it's all healed. Ooh. um it's been our pleasure to pray for you. We're glad you healed up, and stay safe out there, okay? Stay safe. Okay, next one here is from Mr. Warlight for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, are there any ancient Jewish books, pseudepigrapha and such that mentioned High Priest Joshua ben Jehozadak, besides the Old Testament book of Zechariah? I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that. I'm not an expert on Second Temple period Judaism, Judaic literature, so I really can't tell you. I know there's a lot of Second Temple period Judaic literature, but I'm not an expert in that field. It's outside of my wheelhouse. I know Bronze Age literature very well. Second Temple period's not quite my specialty here, so I really can't answer that question, unfortunately. It's not my area of specialty. Okay? So, sorry, this one I'm going to have to say just don't know. Okay? But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mr. Warlight for $5. Trump, I'm the greatest Messiah. People are saying, many great Messiahs have lived, said things. Never has anyone seen a greater Messiah than me. That's my best Trump, okay? Vermin the Fly Fresh Rat, please do a Peterson impression. I'm not good at impressions, guys. Okay. So it's just like, okay. Yeah, I'm just not good at impressions, so do Kermit the Frog. Oh, what have we? What Pandora's box have we opened here? Yeah, I've heard people say that Peterson's voice is very similar to Kermit the Frog, but but I really don't focus on impressions. I know there are people out there who are really good at it and do it well, but it's just not something I've really focused on. I think I've better things to do with my time. But maybe some other time. Maybe. All right. Yeah, it's very similar to Kermit. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. It's very similar to Kermit. Yeah, very similar to Kermit. Okay, the last super chat we have here for the night seems to be this one. Vermin Trash Rat for $2. How does the Orthodox Church view salvation? Remarkably, the very same way that the rest of Christianity does. Funny that. And, you do get people who distortions in Orthodoxy, just like you get distortions in every other branch of Christianity. But generally, it's the same as you find in everywhere else in Christendom, that salvation comes through the finished work of Jesus Christ. So I think this is one of the things that we have to keep in mind, that when we talk about, say, the Orthodox Christian Church, because it's so in some ways remote from the church in the West, we sometimes tend to think of it as sort of off on its own, doing its own thing, having weird doctrines. But I think in many respects, that's a caricature on what they believe. They do have some strange practices sometimes, and there's but at the same time too, they are very Christian. There's no doubt they are Christian, at least in the essentials of the faith. So when I look at something like their view of salvation, it is through the finished blood of Jesus Christ, the finished work of Jesus Christ, through his atoning work on the cross. So it doesn't differ radically. Where you're going to get to say the differences in, say, the Orthodox Church, and by this we should clarify Eastern Orthodox Church, is going to be in its secondary practices. It's orthopraxis. That's where you're going to get the big differences. You're going to get the differences on, say, some points of theology. They're radically opposed to the filioque, or however it's pronounced. Or filioque. I don't even know how that's pronounced, but they're deeply opposed to that. They do tend to believe in the doctrine of eternal generation, which is not not orthopractics, orthopraxis. It's similar, Campbell Whipper. I thought orthopractice was the practice of bones. Orthopractics is. Orthopraxis isn't. Ortho means right. Like orthodoxy. Right belief. Ortho, right. Doxis, belief. Ortho, right. Praxis, practical. Filioque. Okay, filioque. Yeah, my pronunciation's never been great, but they're the Orthodox are very, very much orthodontist. Yeah, right teeth. Yeah. So where you're going to get the differences in, say, Eastern Orthodoxy versus, say, the Western Church is going to be mostly on the secondary issues. So, so that's going to be sort of the key differences is going to be on secondary issues. Generally the primary issues, say the fundamentals of the historic Christian faith, they're going to be in line with the rest of the historic Christian faith as far as that goes. So there's really no fundamental difference between their views on salvation and the general views of the Western Church. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Now, that's the last of the super chats. And now we're going to need to go through. It's 20 after 11. We've got some time for non-super chats.
Stark has one he asks all the time.
Okay.
Oh, I have to go straight to that one because he's
Okay.
every single week.
All right. You got a timestamp for me? Crash your system, huh?
916.
916, okay. $9.16. Okay, 9:16. Okay, it's found it. All right, first non-super chat at the end here is from Harry Stark. Is dispensationalism an example of eisegesis? No. But it's also It's an interpretation. It's an interpretive framework. It's a theology. Okay? Oh, that's probably the best way to describe it. Dispensationalism is a theology. It's a theology of the doctrine of grace. And it's the idea that every period in church history can be broken down into 7 ages of grace. And each age, one is saved through a different application of grace. Okay? So it's not specifically eisegesis, but it's also, I think, a theology that's not, that really is past its prime. It's very popular in the 19th century and the early 20th century. Very, very popular in the early 20th century. So popular, in fact, that there were several seminaries that popped up as dispensational seminaries. In fact, Dallas Theological Seminary started as a dispensational seminary. Now, the problem is with the study of, Moody's another one. Moody started off as a dispensational seminary. But there's several of them. Many of them popped up as dispensational seminaries. What happened, though, is over time, as more and more Bible teachers came to know Greek and Hebrew, it sort of was discovered that dispensationalism couldn't really maintain the idea that there was a different expression of grace in every dispensation. So it's now highly fallen out of favor. In fact, if you go to Dallas Theological today, they have 2 tracks. Okay, they have 2 Bible tracks. They have an English Bible track and a Hebrew and Greek Bible track. Okay? The English Bible track will teach you dispensationalism. The Greek and Hebrew track won't. Coincidence? I don't think so. Okay. So, yeah. So, that tells you a lot. So that tells you a lot here. And I think that dispensationalism is on its, how do I say, its death rattle. Okay, as a theology, it's on its death rattle. It's kind of at the end. It had a good run. A lot of, we see a lot of theologies that go through this. It's not just dispensationalism that goes through this, but a lot of theologies go through this, where they're thought to be a good theory. Covenantal theology went through this too, but in the end, the evidence didn't support it. So, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's eisegesis. Some aspects of it might be eisegetical, but overall, we would classify dispensationalism as a theology, and not all. Oh, Seneca Nero, what is dispensationalism? Okay, dispensationalism is the idea that all of human history, the arc of salvation, can be broken down into 7 ages of grace, 7 dispensations of grace. Each age has its own dispensation. Okay. So the very first dispensation of grace was the creation before the fall, where all you had to do is to be saved is not eat the apple. That's the first dispensation. You get a dispensation before the flood. I forget what that one is. You get another dispensation before the giving of the law. Then you have the giving of the law to Christ, and that's the something like the 4th dispensation. something like that. The giving of the law. You're saved by keeping the law. Your grace is the law. Yeah, that's kind of backwards, isn't it? Galatians will kind of tip this on its head. The law and the grace are not the same. Okay? And then but then it goes on. It goes on. So you have the church age, which is all you have to do is believe in Jesus to be saved. All right, so that's that dispensation. But they also have other dispensations too, which is, well, the 7 years of the Antichrist. You got a rapture at the beginning of the 7 years. So dispensationalism is tied to rapture theology too. So it's tied to a specific eschatology. So you get raptured at the beginning of the 7 years of the Great Tribulation, and through that 7 years, all you have to do to be saved is not take the mark. Okay? Not take the mark of the beast. That's all you have to do to be saved. And then you got the Millennial Kingdom, and it has its own dispensation too. Michael Gee, dispensationalism. The unchanging God keeps changing the rules for salvation. Yeah, that's sort of it.
I'm in the mood to do.
Yeah.
I'm in the mood to do.
Too many Marys. I have to keep re-educating the Schofield ladies at church. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, the Schofield Bible in 1906 really popularized this. The Schofield Bible popularized a lot of garbage. Okay? Now, I understand why it resonated. The Schofield Bible was, in many ways, the layperson's first study Bible. Okay? It was the very first study Bible used in North America. Nobody had actually created a study Bible yet that was, had like maps and charts and comments in it. So the Schofield Bible was the very first study Bible. The unfortunate thing about being first is many people took it as authoritative. And Schofield gathered ideas from all sorts of places. He had comments in there on dispensationalism. He had Ussher's chronology in there. He had all sorts of stuff in there. Yeah, people are still reading it. Absolutely, Too Many Marys. Yeah, people are still reading the Schofield Bible and still taking it at face value. I mean, there's still people out there who read the Ussher chronology in the Schofield Bible and still think that the creation of the world was in 4004 BC. Okay, so that's what I think is going on there. But yeah, so that's dispensationalism. There are still people who teach dispensationalism, but it's a dying theology. It's a dying theology. And I think it's one of those things that we should just let it pass. Okay. Next non-super chat here. I'll take this one from Mr. Warlight. Why was Egypt such a massive center for Gnosticism, with seemingly most Gnostic sects coming from there? Oh, that is because Gnosticism is a sort of a blend of Egyptian Egyptian religion and Greek philosophy. Okay, there's elements of both there, and if you want to see this in detail, I did an entire book on this. So where I discussed, say, that intersection of, say, Proto-Platonism and Egyptian religion, and how the two sort of merged in the Hellenistic period. And because of that merging, that sort of provided the fertile ground for this allegorical method that became Gnosticism, essentially. And I have a 3-part video series on Gnosticism too, if you really want to go into detail on this. But a lot of it is just that Egypt was fertile ground for, taking that Pythagorean philosophy and then adapting it for religion. So that's why Egypt was such a massive center for this, because it provided the framework for this to happen. So again, it came down to this, that Egypt was sort of the fertile ground for allegorical method. And the allegorical method is what led to the development of Gnosticism ultimately. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. We should add, though, that there's other things that are added to make Gnosticism as well. It's not just the allegorical method. It's stuff like the fracturing of the aeons, the deprecation of the flesh. There's a whole lot of things there that also are contributory to Gnosticism. Again, check my 3-part video series if you want to know more about this. Okay, we got a $5 super chat here from Courtney Thompson. And he says, is it fair to say that K.A. Kitchen was more of a classical Orientalist than an Egyptologist? He was both. He was very much both.
His main love was...
Yeah, his main love was Egypt. Okay. It's not that he was more of one than the other, but he was both.
The sort of person who had to know everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's no question that his interest in Orientalism did not detract from his Egyptology in any way. And I think it's a really important thing to note, is if you went through his house, and I've been through his house many times, okay, I'm one of the few people that can say that I know the layout of Ken's house, okay? Because I've been in it so many times. It's just rooms and rooms of Egyptology material. Really. Yeah, the bathroom. You'll find Egyptology books in the bathroom.
I mean, bookshelf.
Yeah.
Just a stack of books. Bookshelf.
Yeah, bookshelves in his bathrooms. Yeah, it's just, yeah, that was the kind of place. In his kitchen, in his reading room, in his sitting room. The books were everywhere in that man's house. Everywhere. And they were mostly on Egypt. Okay.
And in his bedroom.
Yeah, his bedroom too. Yeah, his bedroom was no exception to that.
Everywhere.
Yeah. Bold move using Oriental in this day and age as if no biggie. Well, he used to call himself an Orientalist. He saw nothing wrong with that. Because back in Ken's day, there was a difference between, say, Western Orientalism and Eastern Orientalism. That's a distinction that's kind of lost today. But back when Ken was studying, there was a difference between Western Orientalism and Eastern. And Western Orientalism was basically Egypt, the Levant, Mesopotamia, and Turkey. That was it. That was Western Orientalism. Maybe a bit of India. Okay. So, it's only today, because of, say, we've imported a racist context onto the term Orientalism, that it's a problematic term today. It was a geographic term, yeah. Yeah, basically anything basically half of Turkey was considered the Orient, the other half was the Occident. this was a geographic term, and that's something we have to remember. Is that, yeah, we forget that there's a counterpart to the Orient, which is the Occident. And most people have never heard of the term Occident. Yeah, we've heard of the term Orient because of identity politics. But there was an Occident too. That's your West. That's your Europe. That's your Western Turkey. That's your Americas. So yeah, and back then nobody had a problem with it because people weren't illiterate idiots. They weren't illiterate idiots with a identity politics bent.
That the world was big.
Yeah. And it's just like, okay, but everything right now is reduced to identity politics. And that's why people today have a problem with the term Orient. Because of identity politics. Not because the term is inherently offensive. It wasn't. And it's just stupid. Okay. Next one here. Yeah, we got another super chat here. So just to actually round this up from Courtney Thompson. Yeah, he considered himself a Western Orientalist, but he also was an Egyptologist, and he was a very, very good Egyptologist. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Warlight for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Riddle me this. Okay. He names everything after numerals. Numeral 10, X, 6. He causes to have many bare Neuralink in his forehead. He creates crypto to buy and sell. Okay, wouldn't be Elon Musk because he doesn't create crypto to buy and sell. Elon Musk promotes crypto, but he doesn't create it. So, I think you're talking about Elon Musk here, but, and he does have the Neuralink company, so, yeah, X is 10, not 6, yeah. Yeah. But he's also said, too, that it's the letter X, not the number, okay? He's fascinated with the letter X. I don't know if I would have named my child after X, but he did. Yeah.
So don't read too much.
Yeah, don't read too much into Elon is probably the best word of advice here. Yeah. BC, he's not the beast. No, he's not. Yeah, I don't think he's the beast. That would be...
No desire to be.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we will take a couple more non-super chats here. Seneca Nero here at 1150. Should the Bible be completely retranslated into a non-high-class language without traditionalisms? Okay. I'm definitely not in favor of traditional renderings. I think things should be translated as close to the original language as possible. And traditional renderings do sort of circumvent that by ossifying a translation and then saying this is going to be our translation going forward. I think that's a very poor translational philosophy. Stuff like mercy seat, Red Sea, um, even certain passages in the New Testament have traditional renderings that I think you know shouldn't be used anymore. But that's a different question from whether the Bible should be retranslated into a non-high class language. It should be translated into a grammatically correct, easily understood language. Is that not high class? But that's not necessarily a low class language either. So I think a middle of the road language would be a good way to translate. I think there's translations that do that part just fine. There are very easy to understand translations. The New Living Translation is not really a translation, it's a paraphrase. But yeah, I think there's some problems with paraphrases, especially if you're using them for study purposes or apologetics purposes. I would refer someone.
Better learn.
Yeah, well, Greek and Hebrew would always be best for apologetics purposes. Okay, that goes without saying, but not everyone can do that, and I recognize that. Well, that's a different question, isn't it? So, I think that there's some good translations now that are more approachable. I think the CSB is an approachable translation. Sometimes I still for apologetics purposes like the New American Standard 1977 edition. I realize it's difficult for some people to read. The NIV can actually be okay. Some people say that, yeah, it's rated at a first year college level. Yeah, people do. Keeps learning. You still dislike the Net Bible? No, I don't dislike it. No, I don't dislike the Net Bible. Let me put it this way. There's some things I really like about the Net Bible. And I actually have a copy of the Net Bible here that I'm supposed to do a review on. I haven't had the time to finish it. But okay, let me give you my quick review of the Net Bible. Okay, my quick review of the Net Bible. And I have here the Net Bible Full Notes Edition. Okay, with the faux cover, and it's already getting beaten up because I actually have been using it and have been going through it. Here's what I think is really, really good about the Net Bible. Okay, translator notes are excellent. I wish more and more Bibles did this. Had translational notes, basically said why the translator did what they did. I think that's excellent. I wish more Bible translations had that. Okay. I think that the study notes in it are terrible. Okay. Study notes in this thing are absolutely awful. Okay. The study notes use out-of-date references. The bibliography is complete garbage. Yeah, definitely the study notes are junk. The translation itself is okay. Not the best translation, not the worst translation. I'd say it's a middle of the road. I rate about 7 out of 10. If I was to give a numeric rating for it. So it's an okay translation. As I said, the one thing that really is good about this is the translation notes. Now, the one thing I think is sometimes problematic about the translation notes, which is why I wouldn't give it a perfect score on the translation notes, is that it sometimes doesn't tell you why they chose the translation they did. They'll give you a note, but there's another text might be out there that says something different, And they don't tell you exactly why they chose one translation over the other. Only that they chose one translation over the other. So it's better than a lot of other Bible translations out there. So I do like the Net Bible, but I don't think it's the best either. But there's some things where it does very, very well. The New Testament is better than the Old in some ways. Some of the Old Testament translations are pretty bad. But the New Testament ones tend to be pretty good. So it's going to be kind of hit and miss here. So it really, really depends. And I think a lot of these translations are going to really depend. What about the Revised Standard? The Revised Standard version, it's the original Revised Standard version wasn't all that bad, but when you start getting into the new Revised Standard and the new Revised Standard version UI, they take a denominational shift. They become denominational translations. And what I mean here by denominationalism is progressive left. Okay. So they take a very hard left when you start getting into the NRSV UI. Very hard left. So I think so it's really going to depend a lot. And not every translation is going to be good. Okay, not every and not even every translation is going to be consistent. So some are going to be good on some things, others are going to be pretty awful on others. I don't care for the net version on the Old Testament. New Testament's fine. It's fine on the New Testament. No, I don't think the NIV is guilty of denominationalism. I don't think that's quite fair. I mean, we have to understand too, the NIV is a product of 50 years of translational philosophy. And there's more than one NIV floating out there. Okay. The NIV is one of those translations that keeps being updated every 5 years. There's a new version of the NIV every 5 years. And it's had a lot of different hands in the cookie jar. Some of them are not evangelical. Some of them are not even Christian. Okay? So it's going to depend. Like the TNIV and the I think it's the UNIV. There's another one floating out, or INIV, out there that's like the gender inclusive NIV. Okay, I'm not a big fan of that one. So, okay, so there's a lot of sort of various different versions of the NIV floating out there. So again, and they're not all the same. They're not all the same. So a lot of what you're going to get as far as the translation goes is going to depend on the edition, the version, the translation committee, what decade it was published in. So it's really going to depend. Really going to depend. And this is true of any translation. But when you do get one finalized and published, then you can sort of take a look at it and you can judge it on its merits at that point. So, I see we just got a super chat in, a very generous super chat from That's Money Dude for $50. Thank you very much for that super chat. A very generous super chat. Thank you so very much. And he asks, the story of Ezra story in Ezra, and those released with Ezra about Yahweh's role with Cyrus and Darius are recorded on the Cyrus cylinder. Okay. Can you give us the history of this cylinder and its local meaning in the day this happened? I'd have to look that one up. Okay. I haven't looked at the Cyrus cylinder per se. You're a bit sort of after my sort of area of interest here. There is a Cyrus cylinder. I haven't read it. The last cylinder I really looked at, as far as its content, was the cylinder of Ashurbanipal. Okay, so and that was, to be honest, that was over 15 years ago when I last looked at that. So I'd have to go back and I'd have to read that again. But yeah. So as far as the Cyrus and Darius, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and I'd have to look at this. So because this is not my area of expertise. But here's what I'll do. I'll take a look at it and I'll see if I can get a decent handle on what the text says, and then I'll report back on it. Okay? So that's the best I can do here on this. We do appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. But I just don't know this text off the top of my head. And I'd rather read it, study it, and then report on it than sort of give you an unsatisfactory answer right now. Okay? So, but again, thank you so much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it. If you have a question like this that does require, say, reading a text, one of the things that's best done is to actually post this. Say and this is a tip for anyone with a complicated question like this, okay? And this is what we would call qualify as a complicated question. One that requires going into a text and actually reading the text. Okay, because almost all of us don't have these texts tattooed on the back of our eyelids. Okay. Wish we had the entire ancient library tattooed on the back of our eyelids, but we don't have that. Okay, so if it is a question that requires us to go into a text, the best thing to do is whenever we post as soon as we post the thumbnail for the live stream, and usually that's on a Monday or a Tuesday, ask then. That gives us time to look it up. It gives us time to look it up. That gives us time to read the text, to digest the text, and to give you a good answer to this question. But something like this, where you're asking us to go into a text, read the text, and respond to a text, we just can't do that on the fly. It's not possible. Okay. Now, on some rare times, we can do this because I have been through some of those documents, and my specialty is Bronze Age. Okay, I'm a Bronze Age specialist. So for me, there's been a lot of literature on the Bronze Age that I've read. And like for example, somebody asks me about Papyrus Anastasi 3. Fantastic, I've read that a dozen times. That one I know like the back of my hand. Okay. So I can comment on that one, because I've read it so often. But something like the Cyrus cylinder, which is, you're in the Persian period. That's not even Iron Age really anymore. You're in the Persian period at that point. So, that's a long ways away from the Bronze Age. So for me, I'd have to have some advanced warning on that in order to answer that properly. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It's a very generous super chat, and we're so appreciative. But it's one of those questions I do need advance notice for. Okay? All right. I'll take one more non-super chat and we'll call it a night. Have you got anything in mind? Or did we answer everything? Oh, sure, we'll take that one. We don't do politics generally, but I don't mind that one. 837. Coffee House Dialogue. 855. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll take this non-super chat, and it will be our final question of the night. We don't normally take political questions, but I've seen a lot of people spaz over this, so I'm going to take it anyway. And Coffee House Dialogue says, thoughts on people freaking out about the supposed invasion of Canada planned? I personally say, nope. Keep your sovereignty. We don't want Trudeau and Ontario, end quote. Look, I was at my dad's memorial last Monday. And some of my relatives were there, and they were all freaking out about, oh, Trump's going to invade Canada. No, he's not. He doesn't want Canada. Canada's a dump. Have any of these people been to Hastings in Maine? I mean, come on. Trump doesn't want Canada. Bunch of people on the dole or on drugs. Come on. He's got enough problems. He doesn't need Canada too. And this is not to say that there is there isn't good things about Canada, but gee, nobody wants Canada. It's difficult to protect. It's got a massive border. Yeah, nobody wants it. It's fronting. Yeah, it's trolling. It's a kind of trolling called fronting. Now, here's what fronting is. And Trump has done his career based upon fronting, okay? What fronting is when you do an absolutely preposterous claim that could never come true to rattle someone's chain to get something else you really want. That's what it is. It's a kind of bluff. Would Trump be able to take over Canada? No. Would he even want to take over Canada? No. What he would do, though, is he would rattle Canadians' chains so that he could get something else, like a sweeter deal on a tariff. That he'll do. Will he rattle their chains with a sweeping 25% tariff to get Canada to protect its border? Sure. Sure he'd do that, because it would diminish the cost of American border security. Yeah, sure he'd do that. Now, one thing, though, that I see as a problem with some of Trump's fronting is Canada's inability to protect its border. Now, in the case of say, Mexico was able to solve this problem real easy. Mexico has a large enough military that it could put 10,000 soldiers on the Mexico-U.S. border, no problem. Canada doesn't have that many soldiers. Okay. That's like more than the entire Canadian Army combined. So there's going to have to be some negotiation there on border security, just because Canada doesn't have that kind of resources, not military resources. So but what he's doing is essentially doing it as a way to soften the negotiations so he can get what he really wants out of this, which is probably a reduced import on steel and aluminum, essentially. Because steel, there's three things that have always been really rubbed the U.S. the wrong way: cheap steel, cheap aluminum, and cheap softwood lumber. These are things that have always rubbed, say, American resource manufacturers the wrong way. So it would not surprise me. I mean, his demands on steel and aluminum didn't surprise me one bit. I almost could have predicted that. You know, when he started doing this fronting thing and tariffs, I always thought it was going to get to steel anyway. That I expected. I haven't heard anything about the softwood lumber yet. I'm sure it's coming. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of tariff discussion on softwood lumber. It always is. There always is. Because it's a soft, it's a sore point for American lumber manufacturers. So there's not going to be any invasion of Canada. I think it's stupid to think that it is. And I think, you know, Canadians getting all upset and rattled about it just sort of works into his plans. Yeah, it's so amazing how many... I mean, my relatives are so stupid they believed it. It's so stupid they believed it. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When he said Canada should be...
Yeah, I mean, this always... I mean, he doesn't want Canada, honestly. He doesn't want Gaza. He doesn't want Greenland. He doesn't want Mexico. He may want them to come to heel. Sure. Yeah. It's just... No. I mean, who wants Gaza? Come on. Nobody wants Gaza. Egypt doesn't want Gaza.
I like his plan.
It's a cool plan. Yeah. I'd love it if he did pull off that plan with Gaza. But...
Turn it into the Riviera?
Yeah, turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East. Sure, I'd love that. I think it'd be fantastic.
It'd be great for the people living.
I don't think he'll do it. Because it's really hard to work in Gaza. I mean, anyone who's done any sort of work with those nations knows it's just not easy to just move in to an Arab nation and transform it. It's just really difficult to do. So, okay, we actually got two super chats that came in here. Upseas asks, "Can you buy Cartier buffs, please?" Cartier buffs. Oh, sunglasses. Okay.
No.
No. But you can buy me some and send them to my P.O. box. We got the new P.O. box. They do take packages. They just don't take UPS shipments and courier shipments. So as long as you send it by regular post, it's fine. Yeah, buy me some and send them to me in my P.O. box. Okay. And then finally, Upsies here for $6.99 Canadian. Thank you again for the super chat. What are your thoughts on mass immigration in Canada, specifically from India? Legal immigration is fine. I have no problem with legal immigration. Illegal immigration is another matter. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't have problems. Let me put it this way. I think if anything, the issue with Canadian immigration policy is more a problem of preferencing. There's preferencing, national preferencing sometimes in Canadian immigration that I think is problematic. But that's a problem of government policy. And I think sometimes Canada's always been a mass immigration country. It's always been that way. They don't take Americans. But that's again, comes down to what is government policy. Government policy does have certain nations that they consider to be higher priority for immigrational purposes.
The U.S. immigrated when Trump got elected, and they were not welcome.
Yeah, a lot of people from the U.S. did find out that they weren't welcome to Canada. Yep. Yeah, so as I say, I think there's just two sides of this. I think mass immigration as a general thing, I don't have a problem with it as long as it's legal and the government is accountable for its policies. If a government is accountable for its policies, fine. That's just, every government has to have policies when it comes to immigration. Okay. That's why we elect representatives to go to Ottawa to basically represent us. So, I don't actually have a problem necessarily that it's... I would like to see Canadian immigration be a little more diversified, less from essentially certain countries, and more spread out. So I'd like to, as much as Canada boasts about being a multicultural nation, it does have a certain preference of immigrants. It has had preferences towards China, towards India, and I think those are not necessarily great places to sort of put your entire diversity package in. So I'd like to see more diversity in immigration packages, in its immigration. Okay. Recently we've seen some immigration from the Ukraine too, and I think that's fine. Again, as long as immigration doesn't have, say, national preferences, except for maybe humanitarian reasons, yeah, okay, I don't have a problem with mass immigration on the surface. Okay, when it comes to illegal immigration and abuse of the immigration system, oh yeah, totally against that. That shouldn't happen. And frankly, most illegal immigration results from people overstaying their visas. They come for one reason, and they overstay and violate the terms of their visa. I think those people should be shipped back. People who come on a tourist visa, stay and work in the country, is illegal. It's always been illegal here in Canada. So, again, I think that's an issue, and I think that's something that should be a part of this discussion on immigration. Not just what's the ethical framework here, but what's the legal framework too. Okay? So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helps. Another super chat here from Mr. Warlight for $2. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, Beast must thinkins, x equals 600, xi equals 60 in Greek. Okay.
Elon Musk is the mark of the beast.
Yeah, I don't think he's the mark of the beast. I think it's kind of silly. Yeah, I don't think this is viable. Well, yeah, that's it. Here's the thing, one of the marks of the Antichrist is, who can make war? This is one of the cries we see in the book of Revelation, which is, who can make war like the beast? Well, that's the one criteria of the Antichrist is he has to be good at doing war. If he's not good at doing war, he's not the Antichrist. Upsea says for Canadian 279, what does the mark of the beast even mean? Yeah, exactly. We don't know. We know it's a number and a number of a man. But what does that mean? Is it a symbolic number? Is it visible? Is it invisible? You know, it says that God puts a mark on every one of his believers. Okay. Do we walk around with a mark of Jesus on our foreheads? No. At least not one that's visible. But, you know, that's one of the things is, you know, some of these are references to the Old Testament. You know, no, I don't even think it's like I think even like Nero is not the mark of the beast. I mean I don't hold to a preterist view on this, so I don't think even Nero is that. I think that's even kind of stretching it. You know, the whole idea of the mark of the beast, I think in many ways is a religious concept. It's not a visible concept. It's not meant to be that sort of thing. Like for example, you know, the Torah says, you know, you are to put the word of God on your forehead and on your hands. Okay, now a lot of ancient Israelites took that literally with the Tephilim. You know, they would put phylactery boxes on their foreheads. Now, they never put it on their hands, but they put it on their foreheads. Okay? So, but what that text means is you live out the word of God. You know, on your head means you're always thinking about it. People can see it on you. And on your hands is your work is influenced by the word of God. It's possible, and it's probably a good understanding that that the mark of the beast is sort of the doctrine of the Antichrist that people are living out. You know, they're living it out.
And you also have to be very, just like David was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Upseas for 277. So you think the mark of the beast still has to come? I do, because I think the Antichrist has still yet to come. Look, if you take this marker and you start writing 666 on your forehead, that doesn't mean you've got the mark of the beast. Okay?
I'll tell you what he's not. He's not.
No. It's not going to be like that. That's stupid.
The Hollywood version is not the Antichrist.
Yeah, the Hollywood version is not the Antichrist. I think it's just dumb. Okay? It's ham-fisted. It's a ham-fisted interpretation of what's a more subtle thing. You know, it keeps saying in the book of Revelation, he who has an ear, let him hear to what the Spirit says to the churches. Well, what's the Spirit saying to the churches? Doctrine. Belief. So I think the mark of the beast, and look, Nero is a type of Antichrist. Antiochus Epiphanes is a type of Antichrist. But it's not the anti-type. And I think that's one of the things we have to keep in mind is, you know, I think like the preterists get this confused, is they confuse the type with the anti-type. You know, you got the archetype, which is the prophecy in Daniel. You got Antiochus Epiphanes, a type of Antichrist. Nero, a type of Antichrist. Vespasian, a type of Antichrist. Caligula and Nero are types of Antichrist. But they're not the anti-type, the fulfillment of the Antichrist prophecy. That is still yet to come. So we're not there yet. And I think I think that's one of those issues where that whole sort of fulfillment of the mark of the beast is a it's more, it means more than just a label on your forehead. It's a whole doctrinal system. It's a whole religious doctrinal system where you are at enmity with God himself. So, hey, Jack Ray, people missed you tonight. Okay. Upseas for 279. Thank you also for that super chat. So we're actually going to have to die and stuff. Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but yeah. That seems to be how the world works at the moment. People die. You know, I don't think there's a rapture coming for you. Okay? But I don't believe in rapture theology anyway. So I think that's based upon a misreading of text of the biblical text too. So Mr. Warlight, who do you think most resembles the Antichrist today? I don't know.
So many in recent history people.
Oh, you're not. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The one in the Nixon era? The Jewish diplomat that everyone thought was the Antichrist.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I mean, everybody thought it.
No, not Klaus Schwab, BC. No. Kissinger.
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 Kissinger fits the bill.
It's like, no, I know people thought Henry Kissinger was the Antichrist. Yeah, I know.
He was an anti. Hillary Clinton has tried her damnedest.
Well,
she wants
okay.
That title.
Kissinger wasn't a good fit anyway. He was not good at war. Come on.
No, but he was Jewish.
Yeah, he was Jewish.
He could get into the temple. He was affecting Jewish religious practice. He did it a lot.
It's like yeah. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the problem I have with newspaper prophecy. Is you can't know it's the Antichrist until he reveals himself to be the Antichrist.
Yeah.
And once he's revealed himself to the Antichrist, you don't need to guess anymore. That's the problem with the identity of the Antichrist, is he's hidden to us. He is hidden to us until he's revealed.
Yes, if we could just pick him out.
Oh yeah, if we could pick him out as a public figure, we could deal with him. Yeah. But we're not meant to deal with him.
It says everybody except the elect would be deceived, and it's only God's grace that keeps.
Yeah.
Which means you ought to dial back your enthusiasm for any.
Yeah. Look, I mean, yeah.
You know, don't bash Trump just because.
Well,
you have Trump derangement syndrome, but don't cheer Trump as a messiah either.
Yeah, we should be careful not to hold our political leaders up as messiahs. Definitely. You know, we should be a little more circumspect about our political figures. And I agree with that. And frankly, politics is not going to solve any of our problems. But at the same time, too, I think the other extreme as well as identifying everyone as the Antichrist doesn't help anyone. You know, because it just makes you look like an idiot when they turn out to die of natural causes at age 92. Okay? Yeah, if they die of natural causes at age 92, they're probably not the Antichrist. Just saying. It's like, yeah, I think it's kind of dumb. I think this whole obsession about the Antichrist and eschatology is kind of dumb. I think we have a much. I think our efforts are much better spent on focusing on the gospel today. Focus on the gospel today. Focus on good, sound Christian theology today. Focus on things that really, really matter to us now. Focus on, things such as the finished work of Jesus Christ. That's what we should focus on. Focus on, getting people back into their Bibles so they're biblically literate again. Don't obsess over eschatology. Read eschatology, sure. It can be a blessing to read it. But it's the unhealthy obsession with it that's a real problem.
It doesn't matter if they're the Antichrist. We have enough people.
Yeah, we have enough pure mortals messing things up that we don't need to even think about an Antichrist here. Yeah. Because in the end, God wins. I mean, the whole book of Revelation is about God winning. God wins in the end. Yeah, just don't waste your time on it. Just get back into your Bibles, study the Bible, study the Word of God, discover really become good at reading your Bibles, good at knowing your doctrine. These are the things, and have a relationship with Jesus Christ. That's what you need. You don't need to know the identity of the Antichrist. It doesn't help anyone. And you can't even know it. So because you can't know it, it just doesn't matter. Okay, I will say do this, and this will be the last question of the night period. And because I actually wanted to, I saw this earlier on, before we got off on this rabbit trail of eschatology that's not helping anyone. Oh, 6. Okay. Upsy says, can you lose salvation by doing wrong? Well, we're all sinners saved by grace. The question's no. No. Salvation is not based upon whether or not you're a sinner, or that you sin. Salvation is, do you side with Jesus on sin in general? Okay? So it's not because here's the thing. This is the difference between being saved and not saved. Do you side with God against sin, or do you side with sin against God? That's the choice. That's the choice. It's not whether you sin. You're going to sin anyway. We're all sinners. We're all sinners in need of salvation. Doing wrong doesn't put you out of God's grace. Okay? But choosing sin against God will put you outside of God's grace. Just like choosing God against sin will put you in God's grace. Okay? It all boils down to this. What is your relationship with Jesus Christ? Jesus is the conduit of that grace. He is the maker and perfecter of our grace. That's what Christianity is. Jesus is the mediator. He died on the cross for our sins. So they're paid for so that we can be on God's side against sin. That's what it comes down to. It's not about whether or not one has sinned. So, no, you can't lose your salvation by doing wrong. But You can lose your salvation by choosing wrong. And there's Jack Ray with 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much, Jack. Great to see you. Now, I'm going to take this one last non-super chat because I really want to. Okay, I think it's a really good non-super chat, and I really want to take this. So this will be our last non-super chat of the night and possibly the last question. Okay, from Harry Stark. How does David deal with failure when it comes to academic publishing, written exams, thesis work, etc.? How do you deal with failure? That is a great question, and that's why I wanted to take it. It's a wonderful question. Have I failed courses at college? Yes. Okay? It's going to shock the heck out of you. Okay? I have failed classes. I have failed multivariable calculus. Okay? That was dreadful. Horrible. Okay? How did, have I written exams that I've flunked? Yes, I have written exams that I have flunked. Have I written academic publications that didn't get past peer review? Yeah, I've even done that. That's happened. But here's the thing, and why I love this question so very much. Every time I failed, I've learned something. There was a guy, I don't remember who it was, who said, you don't learn from your successes. You learn from your failures. If you have a success, that's one check. Okay, you've checked something off. You've completed a task. Congratulations. You did successfully, you completed a task. You fail a task, you've learned something. Okay? You will survive failure. You'll survive failure most of the time. Yeah, okay, sometimes you don't survive failure. If you fail your pack your parachute wrong, you might not survive that. Okay? That could end in a splat. Okay? Wouldn't recommend botching that up. Okay? So there are some failures you don't survive. Most failures you do survive. And there are things you can learn from. You only learn from your failures. At least you learn the most from your failures. Sometimes you learn from your... Yeah, you don't believe that, but I have learned a lot from my failures. Okay? Because you understand then what you did wrong if you have the introspection to go back and look and see. Okay? Yeah. I had, and I'll even point at this because we talked about this earlier on. How many novels did I write before I wrote this one? 3. They sucked. They were terrible. Absolutely awful. But I learned from every one of them. I learned something different from every writing experience that didn't turn out. And, it's part of developing. It's part of developing. It's developing as a human being. Developing as a creative. If you paint, you sometimes do bad paintings. Okay, yeah. You do bad paintings and you learn from it. I mean, how many people have botched a sauce on the stove and turned it into a charcoal mess? You learn not to leave your sauce alone. Okay? We learn by doing. So that's how I deal with failure, is I learn from it. The more I try, yeah, I open myself up to failure. I don't like to fail. Okay? I don't enjoy it. I don't think anyone enjoys failing. But I also understand, too, if I go back, do the diagnostic of why I failed, and learn from that, then I've learned something. And that can be a valuable, valuable experience. Okay? So, that's how I deal with failure. Don't recommend it, but you can learn from it. And you can learn it really a lot from it. Okay? So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that non-super chat. I think that's a great question. And that's going to be our final question of the night here. Again, I want to thank Jack Ray for those 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. And with that said, we are going to draw the live screen to Rob. What now? Wait. Okay, Rob, what do you want? Hey, Rob. We were just about to shut down here. All right, we'll hang out for a couple minutes here while Rob does his thing. It's good to see you, Rob. Oh, boy. Oh, you're going to send me a super chat. Okay. All right. Well, we'll hang around for that. Okay, in my ARC book, yeah. Which happens to be sitting behind me there. Oops, other side there. Okay. Okay, you quote Ron Eichler, the poles of the ark and the ins and outs of textual text. Okay, JBL, okay. Yep. In that paper, he has a 2014 paper titled Eichler, 2014, The Meaning of Zer. Okay. Meanwhile, Upseas, $2.79 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Do you ever get sick about talking about the Bible? No, I don't. I find the Bible fascinating and interesting. Never get sick of it. Never get sick of it. Yeah, yeah. We talk about the Bible all the time in the house. Yeah, so.
But paper are
Yeah.
like the
Yeah, yeah, most people would be completely confused by our conversations at home. But no, I never get tired of talking about the Bible. I think the Bible's incredibly fascinating.
God is the ultimate.
Okay, Sentinel Apologetics. The Tsar should be identified with the caveto cornice, Holcosum, common element in ancient Near Eastern architecture and crafts. The caveto cornice is a concave molding. And for that, he has given us a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, the whole Zer thing. Let's bring that up here. Let me see if I can find that here in Exodus here. I think it's 24. 24, 25. 25. Okay. Yeah, it's part of the molding. Yeah, there it is in verse 11. And you shall overlay it with pure gold inside and out, and you shall overlay it, and you shall make a gold molding around it. A Zer. Yeah. This is just the molding that goes around the top. We do see these things on various aspects of furniture. We don't have a lot of information about various moldings. And I don't actually have a problem here with his interpretation as a caveto cornice, as a concave molding. That's possible. Like for example, on the Anubis shrine, there is a concave molding, but it's attached to the lid. It's not attached to the box itself. So, the question is, where would that the big question is not, is there a molding like that? The big question is, where would it be attached? Would it be attached to the mercy seat, or would it be attached to the box itself? Sentinel adds here, I was just wondering if his view is correct, since there's a lot of commentaries that are confused on how to use there. I think there's a lot of commentaries that are. I don't think Ron Eichler's view was there is problematic. I think my issue with Eichler's views would be his use of the poles. I don't think his views on the poles are correct, but his view on the molding is certainly reasonable. Okay, and I wouldn't actually take an issue with his view on the molding, because I think he's probably correct on the use of Zer. Okay, but his view on the poles is which is what I quoted his paper for. I think that's got an issue. Okay, cool. Glad we could get that resolved. Well, if they ask for it more than once, we can say, I don't know anything about it. Okay, and we got one here from Maitreya for $5. It says, "What's your interpretation on John's books of Revelation and how the Great Tribulation will transpire?" Okay, I'm what's what we called as far as my eschatological view is, I'm a historic premillennial. I believe there will be a Great Tribulation. I do believe it's 7 years. I think that the book of Revelation should be interpretive as from a futurist perspective, but I also think that there's a lot of Old Testament symbolism in the book of Revelation. So it's not so much that we can't just take it literally. There's a lot of symbolism there, and it's found in the Old Testament, and you can go back to the Old Testament and use that as your interpretive guide for the book of Revelation. Okay? But I think there will be a Great Tribulation period. I do think there will be a future antitype of the Antichrist. I think there will be incredible tribulation upon believers, the few that remain. And yeah, I think it'll ultimately culminate with the return of Jesus Christ. So that's sort of my view on the book of Revelation. And as I said, it follows a historic premillennial view on this. Okay. Okay, so I think that's the last one. Yeah, that is the last one. Okay, so we're gonna call it a night there, I guess. We are almost at 4 hours, so yeah, it's a good almost 5 hours. Okay, it's a really upsies. We said we're gonna call it. Okay. Upsies. Should I street fight my uncle for being an atheist at the next family dinner? He's super cringe atheist. Dude, don't street fight. Don't. It's not seemly. Okay. Okay. Unless it is really a Street Fighter video game. Okay, maybe that. Go at it on a Nintendo.
Dance off.
Dance off. You should be doing a dance battle.
Film it. We want to see it.
We want to see it. Dance off contest. Theology right in the wins. Are you okay? Nope, don't know nothing about a 2024 year 4 asteroid. Dance battle before the Lord. Upsies for $6.99. Thank you for the super chat again. Do you think inspiring philosophy would beat Joe Rogan in a jiu-jitsu match? Serious. That one's hard to say. That one's hard to... that one would be a tough call. IP's a tough guy. That doesn't mean anything, yeah. Yeah, jiu-jitsu is...
You're the short little blonde woman.
Yeah, Tammy.
Tammy was really tough.
Yeah, Tammy was tough. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say I'd give him 50-50 odds here. 50-50 odds here. Probably. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I'm sure this is getting BC's hopes up. Yeah, probably. Probably. Okay. So, it is almost 1 o'clock here. I'm tired. My producer's tired. Everyone here's tired. So we're going to call it a night. Okay. Bunny's asleep. Okay, so I want to thank everyone who supported the channel tonight with your super chats. Thank you so very much. You put food on our table and allow us to keep doing this work. So we can't do it without you, and we appreciate your support. We also want to thank our Patreon and YouTube subscribers. You keep the lights on and keep the equipment upgraded. We so very much appreciate that. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our channel and who hit that like and subscribe button, okay, and who share our URLs of our videos with other social media platforms. You get the message out.
Everybody.
Okay, and this last one here, sneak this one in from Upseas for $2.79 Canadian. David Falk versus Joe Rogan. Who wins? Well, if David Falk ends up being on Joe Rogan, everybody wins. So with that said, good night, everyone. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.